Okay, good afternoon, guys. Hope everyone is well. I'm just looking at this trade at the minute. It's getting a bit close to the open. We've had this sort of push up and a break and a new high. We've actually broken out of this. Now this is fitting quite nicely. We're certainly ranging. We're fit nice at the bottom, fit nice at the top. So I'm just keeping an eye on this. I've drawn a measured move from here to here and from here to here. It's looking very tempting, that. I'd have preferred to hit that top because this is yesterday's... I'll say hello to everyone in a minute. That's yesterday's high there. So my concern is I take a trade here and it bounces off here and goes a little bit higher, touches the measured move and then comes down. So it might be a case of a lower high or a failure or something like that, but it is getting close to the open, and I, as a rule, try not to get involved in a trade there. I'm guessing, there's going to be some short orders around about here. So I'm just keeping an eye on that for now, but it's getting a little bit close to the open. So who we got in so far? So Arminas, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, it's stalling there a little bit, and I'm not comfortable with that. I prefer to go a little higher. Roger, how you doing, Roger? Jim, morning, Jim. What? Afternoon, what? Yeah, you're a little bit ahead of me, so it's probably, what is it, about 4:30, 25 past 4 where you are. So it's definitely afternoon for you. So yeah, hope everybody is well. So day 3 for me on this PA account. So hopefully, fingers crossed. So just quickly, before the market opens in 5 minutes. Leader loser, how you doing? The trades, just for your information, the trades taken during this stream are purely my opinion and not intended to be copied. Also, not to be interpreted of any type of investment or financial advice. Trading can potentially result in significant financial loss, as we all know, and therefore any decisions taken by you are solely at your own risk. I'm not a financial advisor, and this live stream is purely for your entertainment purposes only. There you go. That's the technical garbage out the way. So, hope everyone's well. Hope everyone's ready for a good day of trading. Hopefully, we can get some green today. So, I've just been looking at this here. We're clearly ranging at the moment, but I am aware we had a push up. We had the open. See, that's strange actually. That wouldn't. I would have said the open would be here, so it almost seems like we've jumped there. Let's have a look. See, if we pushed up there and then came down, the stem would finish here. So I'm not sure what's happened there, because that it looks like it's gapped almost. It's jumped. Yeah, it has. I think it's jumped from here to here. Because usually when the market goes up, opens and goes up, if it goes up from there, that part will be green, and then when it comes down and drops below where it entered, that part would be a stem, but it's all red, so that is a bit confusing. So I'd say we've gapped there, so I'm just going to be aware of that. So we've had this bit of push up and sideways, and a bit of a push out, so we've almost looked like we've had 2 legs up, and we're about to hit this leg now, and I'm guessing when we do, there's going to be a lot of sellers quite possibly jumping in there, so we shall see. Ionis, how are you? Right, that is finished, that measured leg to the nearest tick. Literally, it's closed right on it. So I'm guessing now we're quite likely going to get some sellers in, although whether people are waiting for the market to open, I don't know, but I'd say the type of sellers that are likely to jump in there, guns a-blazing, would be the institutional guys, and obviously they're not trading quite yet. So if it was half past, then I'd expect, as soon as it broke above this measured move, to see some shorts coming in here and pushing down rapido. Solante, hi Lance. I just want to let you know you are a better trader than me, and I copy your trades. Don't worry, I won't tell. Okay. Just be aware though, because I can lose my patience sometimes. And you are probably 15 to 20 seconds behind me. So, you know, the choice is yours. But I do lose trades and I do blow accounts, as you well know. So just think before you press the button. Okay. I'll leave that with you. Okay, there is some shorts coming in here. We've had this measured move. Let's have a look. There isn't really a setup here for us, and it makes it a bit more risky. I'm just joking, mate. Good lad. That's what I like to hear. You can do what you want, mate. It's it's entirely up to you, but I know what you're saying. So it looks like we're going to see some short orders here. The market opens in around about a minute and 10 seconds, which is probably you're probably 15-20 seconds behind me. Morning, Sage. How you doing, Sage Mark? How you doing, Speedy? How you doing, buddy? So I hope everyone is okay, in a good mood, and all raring to go. So it's day 3 for me, and I've got the house to myself this morning. Kids are off at the moment, so my 14-year-old is stopping at with a family member tonight and their kids. So I got the house to myself at the moment, and when my wife gets back from work, we got the evening to ourselves. So we might treat ourselves to a Chinese, and maybe a movie or something like that. Possibly, we'll see. So market opens in around about 20 seconds. Okay, so far so good. $629 up on this PA account, so all's well. Okay, market is about to open any second now. I'm expecting some downward movement. Now I'd say that has broken over that measured move. I'm expecting some downward movement. Market is now officially open. So unfortunately, there's no real setup for us. It is a little bit congested there, so let's just keep that in mind. But I am expecting some down stuff, especially after that measured move. So we will see. I expected a quicker push down, to be honest with you. We've had this short-term trend channel. We've had a break in a new high, and we've also made a measured move 2 legs up. So on a bigger chart, they might look like more of a couple of proper legs. So we'll see. We'll see. So we've had a new high. See what happens here. And we may end up taking a failure if it does come down. We'll see. But that's the open. In fact, it's not the open. It's yesterday's high. Now, let me just reload my historic. Might clear this up because that's unusual. That it's almost like the market's gapped because that's where the market's opened and it's jumped straight over here. Not only has it jumped, it's actually jumped up to here because that would be where the candle begins because obviously it's pushed down. Well, what it's done, it's come in, it's pushed up, it's pushed down, it's pushed right the way down to the bottom and it's pulled back up to here, and obviously then the next bar's gone up and gone up. So that's better, much better. So that's market now is down here. That's much better. Okay, perfect. I just needed to reload my historic and that got rid of that horrible gap. So let's see. Okay, new high, try to go once, try to go twice, possible failure. Do I want to take a short here? Risky. Although I am thinking it's coming down, but I'm not a fan at the moment. It's crap. Signal bar's junk. Trying to go once, try to go twice. No, I'd have said we like to come down. Now, whether we end up maybe having something like this, es posible, it's possible. Actually, that fits really nice. That does fit nice. I really like that. So do we leave that? I think we'd be probably silly not to. I'd say there's definitely got some traders with their charts like that. Otherwise, it wouldn't finish in exactly the same place. So started here, touched there, close to it there, touched a bunch of times here, sitting on that beautifully. And if we look up, touched a couple of times there. 1, 2, 3, fitted beautifully there. So I don't think we can ignore that. So I'm thinking about going short because of the range. I'm now not thinking about going short. I'm keeping my options open because I think possibly we may be in an uptrend. I don't think we can argue with that. The measured move has played out nonetheless. Hey, Jacko. How you doing, mate? Have a nice trading day, guys. Absolutely. Let's make a load of money. Hopefully. Yeah, I don't think we can ignore this. It is sideways with a bit of push. It might be sideways, push up, sideways again, but be interested to see where this... Yeah, see, I was looking for a short there. Now I'm not. And funnily enough, look what happens. It's gone up a bit. So whether we are on this trend channel or not, who knows? I think it's possible. Just by the way that's sitting there, and now with the way it's fitting nice at there and pretty much here as well. So we'll just keep that in mind. Let's see. I had what's its pop up on my email. So if anybody used that code yesterday, muchas gracias. That's about as good as my Spanish gets, I'm afraid. So if anybody used my code yesterday and took, I almost got the impression they were, because of the amount, they were $5 each. Now that would implicate that they were half price, sorry, 80% off or resets. So if anybody has used that code yesterday, or indeed ever, I really appreciate it. It certainly helps. Thank you very much. So just thought I'd mention that. Anybody? Groll Daddy, how you doing, bud? How you doing? Yeah. Don't take this, if you're looking at this trend, don't take it as locked in stone, because we could still be in this range and have a couple of pop-ups. I like the fact that it's where it's touched, but in fact it may be a safer option just to fade it out a little bit, I think. Let's take it down to, say, maybe a number 4. Let's have a look. Yeah, because I am aware that we have been trending here. In fact, it might be a safer option to get rid of it just for now. Yeah, we were going sideways here. We've had a couple of legs up and we're going sideways again. So I think the safer option is not to assume that as a downtrend. That is what we're doing currently. Sorry, an uptrend. Because sometimes that can lead you down a lonely road. So at the moment, taking that away, yes, it fits okay. It's not the best looking one because prices are holding here. We can't deny that, and very much so. And here as well, they're closing at the same place. So this area here, we can't deny. Now, we had this push up, and I expected something in the opposite direction, which we've had. Do we see? In fact, it's very tempting to go short there.
Order submitted.
But I'm not going to. Where's my order? Because I think...
Order cancelled.
There's something about it I don't like. We've had this range and we've come out of it, so we could push back into it. I'm not convinced. I'm 100% sure what the market's doing at the moment. So if I'm not sure, as attractive as that looks, I think the sensible thing would be to just leave that alone, because we're going a bit sideways here. We've had a break out the bottom, so we could push back in and stop that out. And it has triggered. Now, there is a failure here, so that may be a better option. Let's see what happens.
Order submitted.
Okay. I prefer that one, actually. Although it is a big bar.
Order cancelled.
There's something that doesn't feel right here. No, I'm going to leave that alone at the moment. There's something that doesn't feel right. I'm a little bit unclear of what's going on. Yes, it's a failure, but we've just come out of here, so we could be pushing back in. And if it didn't trigger anyway, but if there's some shorts there, they may get stopped out. It's just getting a little bit too concerning for me. I think it's likely to work, but I don't like this. And not just that, it's broken out of this and it's made 2 pushes. It's still sitting on top of this. It hasn't broken back into this range, so assuming it's going to go back in, I think is risky. I kind of like that, but That's something I don't like. And that's broken and made a new low. Yeah. I don't like it. There's something I don't like there. It's a little bit congested, and I tend to, if I get that feeling now, I think the sensible thing to do, because I've got no problem with leaving a trade or missing a trade if something's not right, but it's a little bit worrisome, troublesome to me, that. It may work its way down, but something about it I don't like. I wouldn't be stunned if it pushes up here and stops out that and that, because there's going to be quite a bit of shorts in there. If it breaks down below here, I would say then, yeah, I would expect it to come down a bit. There's something I don't like about it. It is a bit choppy, yeah. I have a short bias. Yeah. I'm just, the bit that's confusing me is, I put that there. In fact, let's see where that's come to. Let me put that range back in. Sorry, channel back in. See if that, so that fits along there very nice. What do you guys think? You think that trend looks okay? The bit that's confusing me is if I take it away, if I leave it there, it looks like a trend, although it's a bit, but here it looks like sideways, a push up, and sideways again. We could get a drop down and push back in, and we may move higher. It's just hard to say. But it is very congested around here. And just by that comment, risky. Now, the bit that interested me first was that one. But we have just dropped out the bottom of this little range here. So we may come back in. Although it is a short-term trend, I do expect a break in a new low, which we've had. So, yeah, it's a little bit choppy. Lead and loser, you are bang on right. Now, if something doesn't feel right, the best way to handle that is to leave it alone, and something didn't feel right. And usually, those feelings are there for a reason. So, if you'd have taken this trade now, or if I'd have taken this trade, and I looked at it, I'd have now got stopped out. I looked at this one, and I'm now about to get stopped out. I'll be shocked if that doesn't go a bit higher and stop that out. And if it does, then I expect to move to the top area of here. So yeah, if anybody'd taken that, they're okay at the moment. If anybody'd taken the failure, and I'll be surprised if there hasn't been, that's been stopped out. Could get a couple of, let's have a look at this. No, maybe we are coming back into the range. Let's put that like that. Okay, there you go. So if you had taken that one, you'd have got out by the skin of your teeth. You may have got a few grey hairs in here, but you'd have got out of there. So one leg, two leg down. So I'm going to leave that there just at the moment. Let's put it. Yeah, it's too early for that, in my opinion. It's getting very choppy now. Let's have a look. Yeah, if you took that, you'd have probably, you'd have got a couple of points, I think. There, isn't it? So about there. Yeah, see, I wouldn't have got out there, and it'd have started to come back here. My grey hairs would have been coming like a... yeah, that wouldn't have been a nice feeling. We've had a break in a new low, so... I am getting the impression... Yeah, see, there's a lower high there, but it's very congested, and it's not a sensible trade, in my opinion. Much better to just sit and wait. Having said that, we could be getting something. Let's put it there for argument's sake. It may be here, but let's go for there. I'd say we may Get another leg down here. It's just I don't like all this. It's getting very wicky, which means it's floating in either direction pretty quickly. See that? Better break in a new low. In fact, you could. Maybe I don't. Yeah, it's tempting to take this failure, but I do not like this. It's dangerous, although I do think we're likely to get a leg down. But I think there may be some longs there, so it might not be a bad option to take that actually. If it breaks below here, there's going to be some longs there after we've bounced around here a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if there's longs in there. So if it breaks below here, then I expect that second leg. But it's very wicky in either direction. Okay, there we go. A little bit of a drop there. So I'd say there was a few shorts in there. So now I expect it to come down to here. So that was a failure, a long failure. But it is a little bit messy. I prefer to let this sort of blow over. Shoot down, you reckon, dear? 4018 down here. Well, funnily enough, that's where I put that that leg down. The thing is, it's pushed up here, so if you'd have been in that failure and you hadn't got your money yet, you may get stopped out here, so it could be a double trap, or it could just be slowly working down. But the fact that that's broken a tick higher and then turned into a failure makes me wonder if this is going to go a tick higher still. Failures galore, yeah, it's danger, isn't it? I'll be shocked if that doesn't come up and stop them out. If anybody taking the failure, they may have come out, but I don't think they will have done. You'd have got 2 points, I think, there. So if you're taking anything longer, so I think that's going to break above you. Yeah, okay, so there was a lower high, which triggered and got stopped out. There was a failure, which triggered and got stopped out. There was a second entry long, which triggered and got stopped out. So there's I can see 3 just in that lot there. So I'm glad we're not part of the statistics. Yeah, it's just gone a bit odd there. But the fact that we can identify these is a good thing, because it just shows the area we're avoiding and for what reason. So let's remove that. I don't think we need that now. So I'm just wondering whether we extend this. It almost seems like we've got 2 tiers, doesn't it? But let's leave that like that for the minute anyway. So we have had from here 1 leg, 2 leg, which is played out. So we're almost doing the same as we did yesterday, having these sort of 2-tiered areas. Let's put that like that. Let's say there. So let's add some pretty colours. Let's get you out of the way. Let's say 10. There we go. And we got this one here. Let's say we'll have that one as a green. 10. Okay, we seem to be doing this sort of a push up, sideways, push up, sideways. Perhaps we're going to continue up, and this may now turn into a channel. Let's have a look. It does fit, but I think the safer option is to assume this is sideways is a safer option, because sideways can cause you more problems. So we've had a, let's get a short-term trend channel here just so we don't get caught. Okay, nice. Okay, wow, look at that, an half going. So we've had the short-term trend channel break new high. Now, Are we going to, we could be doing something like this. We may have another area here. We could have a type of another area going from here. And we go in these sort of leg up, leg up, leg up type things. Maybe. Possible. Let's shove it out of the way for a minute. Yeah, it may turn into a channel at some point. It sort of fits, but I just think the safer option is to take it, drop it down a bit. Barcoding already? Yes, it is, mate. Yeah, I think the safer option is just to avoid the trend just at the moment. This is tempting, but it is, again, congested there, isn't it? See how that fits now. It's risky getting involved in these. I've got to try and learn my lesson. Anything like this, like this, like this. I've just got to leave alone. Bar's finished naff anyway, so. Although it does look like we're coming down. See, we may come down, retest the top, and then we may end up doing something like that. Let's put that there and see if what we're thinking is right. Interesting. There's a second entry long there, but you don't really want to be going long there. Technically a failure, that is. Although, same again, dangerous, I think. I wanted to run something by you guys as well. Now, that trade I took towards the top yesterday, Marco marked it, but he marked it as a, sorry, Mac marked it, but he marked it as a green bar, so slightly riskier. Now, my question is, okay, every single green bar he marks as a slightly riskier trade works. Based on his chart, that they do. So if you look at every single green bar that Matt goes, I'll take that one, but it is slightly high risk, it works. Look at it. Every single bar he puts at green works. So what is that telling you? Is that telling you all those slightly risky trades work? So perhaps I should start taking all the slightly risky ones? Just think about that for a second. Yeah, I'd say let's pick Mac's chart. He might have maybe 5 or 6 or 7 green bars saying slightly higher risk, but every one of them works. They never lose. So this is obviously, after the fact, isn't it? But it does make you think. I'm thinking, well, hold on a minute. He marked mine, yes, as a slightly higher risk, and it worked. Now, I only took a point out of it in the end because it was just taking its time, although I was pretty sure he doesn't mark the green ones that don't work. Yeah, I know, but there's an awful lot of green ones that do work, isn't there? Do you know what I mean? So does that make you want to maybe take more riskier ones? It's hard to say, really, isn't it? I suppose it depends how risk averse you are. Because the higher risky ones that don't work aren't setups to me, are they? So, it's just some food for thought. I was just thinking, I looked at my trade in the end, and the one I took last night, and he didn't have it marked initially, but when he talked about it, he did mark it in green. So I think the bit that made it slightly risky because we were close to the tops, but my opinion on the market, it was going to make a new high and go higher, which it did. But it just took its time there, and you know, the day had been quite a long day, and I decided just take a point and get out. At least then you're guaranteed $100, no risk free. So sometimes when things go a bit sideways, now may I sit in there a bit longer? I could have done maybe in a year or 2 or 3 years when I've got the confidence and a little bit more belief that I can, you know, do this business. Then maybe the end, maybe a year, I will sit in it. Because I've got to say, a lot of times where I do take a trade and I lose my bottle and get out, I would say way more of those would have got the points that I went for. So, you know, maybe I should just trust the trade when I take it. So, who knows? Just caught that push up, did you? Where did you go here? Or here? Yeah. Yeah, it definitely seems to be okay, a little break out the top. Or have we? Where's that come to? Yeah, we have had a little one. Yeah, I'm just wondering now, maybe it's time for, we're definitely sideways up, sideways up, sideways. I'm just wondering whether that trend channel may play a part now. Let's have a look. It's looking better and better, isn't it? Look where it's finished, look. Exactly the same. I don't think we can ignore that, can we? Started here. One tick off here, fitted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think we can argue that, and it's fitting right going up, isn't it? That one obviously not close enough, but I'm not too concerned with that. But look at the top, a couple of bars there, 1, 2, 3, 4 bars there, a couple of bars there. Look, I don't think we can ignore this. As much as I don't like to get these channels in too early because they can sometimes upset the momentum, I don't think we could ignore that. So, you know, it's areas like this now where, you know, it may be an option to take a long trade or something. Let me put the midline in because I think that might be playing a part. It is actually. This area here is sitting under it, then we get this push up. This area is sitting on top of it, then we push down. This area is under it, and we jump up. This area is under it. This is sitting on top of it. So I think that's as good as a channel. I'm around your skill level, Lance. In terms of failures and successes, I find bigger trends are really good, just like the trend you drew. Yeah. Sometimes I've been guilty of jumping in too quick to draw trends before they've really identified themselves. And looking at that now, yes, we're going sideways, push up, but we are doing it clearly within those two lines, aren't we? We can't deny that. So sometimes now I concentrate on the smaller stuff. I mean, I don't know, you know, from a UK's point of view, over here we have a saying, look after the pennies and the pounds will take care of themselves. So, you know, look at the finer stuff and the bigger stuff will just sort itself out. But obviously, you know, when we can identify things like this, then it gives us options to take trends, see, there is a second entry long there. The only trouble is there's not much left to the highs of here, and we're quite high here, so it's not going any higher. So I think it would be a risky trade anyway, but let's just see out of interest if it does go up. There's only maybe a point or two at best. But yeah, it's not the best signal bar, but yeah, there's a couple of points of the squeeze there, but it's risky. Yeah, I certainly wouldn't consider taking a trade, although it was a second entry. New low, try to go low ones. Technically a failure as well, but yeah, we are sideways as well, so we have to keep this in mind. But it does to me, especially now I've added that midline. It does look to me like that midline is playing a part. So yeah, I got stop once getting into it, but that's, yeah. You went long at 4021. 4021. Down here. Here. Yeah. It's about right, isn't it? Yeah. So that worked, didn't it? Yeah, it is a little choppy, but it's you know, I think we can figure out what's going on. So I'll tell you what I'll do now. Let's fade this out almost. Actually, let's fade it right out and see if this looks any better. Okay. Yeah, I've left these lines in. In fact, I probably don't even need that one in, really. These are more congested areas. There's a little bit there and a little bit here. But we do seem to be doing this push up, sideways, push up, sideways, push down, sideways, push up, sideways, push down, sideways, that type of stepping stone. So maybe when it pushes down and goes sideways around here, having a good option to go long might help us out. But that's as good as a trend to me. I don't think I can argue with that. See if it's bullish enough, it may not even get back to the bottoms of here. But the fact that it's bouncing off exactly that same point, that line has to come into play. And if that line comes into play, the equal sort of parallel line will do as well. And funnily enough, if you bring it down to the bottom of here, tick away where we start. So I don't think we could ignore that. So fade the range in the direction of the trend. The trend to me is up. So let's see if we can get something that resembles a setup. But bearing in mind, it is still a little choppy. We have to be careful. Let's put that there. It's a little bit better there. Wow, look at that. As soon as it's come down, strongly back up. What else we got? Picking bottoms, Jonathan. Glad it worked. Yeah, that is picking a bottom. Having said that, you could say we've had this trend breakout. Is that a measured move? Let's have a look. But yeah, I mean, sometimes they do work. But no, it's not, is it? We seem to have had a leg down, a break and another leg down. But yeah, trades like that are dangerous because it could have quite easily gone up to the EMA like this, come back down and bounced off this area. But, you know, we take them and we learn. It's part of the learning process by taking them. So if we can get a decent setup here. No, I'm not going to say nothing. I'm just going to wait and see. Okay, we got no news today. There was a little earlier around about the 130 mark, which I think we had that quick couple of spikes down and then nothing major. Just carried on as normal, I think.
Order submitted. Order cancelled.
Let's leave that. Let's zoom in a bit. We know where the bottom is. We know where the yesterday's high is, which seems to be playing a little bit of a part. Short-term trend channel. Let's wait for breaking a new low and then see what happens. I'm not just going to pick a bottom. The safest bet, I think, now is always to see this could. Yeah, it's tempting, isn't it, to ride that back in? But we are in a short-term trend channel, so it's dangerous to do that. Okay. Okay, short-term trend channel looking for a break and a new low. I'm not convinced that's a break. It all fits within that area, so possible triple test failure. 4033. Right. I read that a bit late anyway, didn't I? Okay, so short-term trend channel. I'm looking for a break in a new low, and then maybe maybe a higher low or a failure or something to ride back to the. We can get a break of this, and then maybe something like this. See, that'd be the ideal place for me because it's on top of where we had this initial channel drawn, which was respected in quite a few places. So that'd be a nice place for me where we got this sort of almost like this cross section where the market's riding up from here, and obviously we got the top here, so a break in somewhere around here. Whether we will get that low or not, I don't know, but and then maybe look for these are these are the bottoms I'm giving up because really there's nothing. I mean, there's a load of congestion there, so picking a bottom there is dangerous. But waiting for it to bottom out and then push up, and at least a higher low rather, a higher high. Sorry, higher low. Yeah, I'm getting confused now. So okay, that's clearly a break to me. But we have got this yesterday's high, which may play a part. So we've got this area around here. So, so there's our break. Oh. I'm guessing there may have been a few that bought that. Risky, I think. But it's not the best looking bar. I can't see where there have been some longs there. Wow, look at that. Oh, look at that. Look where it's closed. Bomb right there. Is this going to push up now? Okay. There is a little bit of support around there. So. Yeah, these are the bottoms I'm avoiding. They're just too unpredictable. We like to think it's going to go up after that, but there's no guarantees it's not going to come down a bit further. So that would be guessing, really, if that ends up bullish. Just because it's had a break and a new low doesn't necessarily mean we're coming up here. Down she comes. So now there's obviously an argument here. Are we still in this? We're clearly not in this range at the moment, but are we in a bigger range? It's hard to say. I don't think we can deny that, can we? See if this pushes up now back to the EMA. And if it pushes in indeed here, then I would say, okay, we'll call that a break. So we've had a short-term trend channel break, 2 legs down to a new low. That, in my opinion, is the areas that I'm trying to avoid buying, although we have had a short-term trend channel break and a new low. And you could say this is riding this back into the channel, or at least up to the EMA. But they're dangerous. I don't think it's a terrible trade, but these are just, they are more risky. And in fact, this channel here, the midline, I would say extends more or less to the bottom of that. Let's have a look. Yeah, it does. Look where that mid-range of this trend channel, that finishes to the nearest tick there. So sometimes you think these markets are random. What would be the chances it would have finished right on that midline, right to the nearest tick? Got my measured move on 4035. See, I did look at that, but it's gone way past a measured move to me, isn't it? Unless you took the measured move from there. Let's see if we push back in here. I'm certainly not thinking of trading just yet anyway, just in case it goes up there and comes down some more, which it could do. So that could be a hidden second entry short. Would you go short there? Why would you? At the moment, we've got an uptrend here. Or whether you call it an uptrend or a 3-tiered range, whatever happens, it's going upwards. Which leads me to stay away from short trades. But I'll be surprised if there isn't someone who takes that. But the hidden second entry short, obviously the hidden ones are a little bit more advanced. So probably the less experienced traders probably wouldn't take that. It's too far for the EMA anyway, and we've had this clear upward bias. So especially after this big push down and breaking a new low, would you really want to go short there? It's risky. May do. But it's risky. But we've had this sideways move, a push up, some more sideways, a push up, some more sideways. Maybe as we're doing it the other direction, a push down, some sideways, a push down, some, you just don't know. It's just a little bit unpredictable at the moment. You're taking this shorter, that one there. Yeah, I just can't bring myself to go short. Well done. I can't bring myself to go short there after we've had all this push up. Yeah, it was. There have probably been a few longs there. In fact, it's only just ticked below it, so that wouldn't have caused that, I don't think. I don't know. But yeah, it was a hidden second entry short, a little bit too far from the EMA. The fact that it did tick right under this initial channel, but it's just a bit risky for me, I think. I like to take them real close to there. What would you have got out of that? Couple of 3 points, I think. So what did it do? So you'd have got, if you'd have taken it right even to here, you'd have got 2.5 points out of it. May come down some more. Yeah, I'm in that short. Yeah, it's I just, for me, after we've had this sideways up, sideways up, sideways, and we've come down and broken this, I just think it's a bit risky for me. I should move in play. Have to come right down here, wouldn't it? That would take it right down to the bottom. Yeah, as we've had this constant upward stuff, I'd feel uncomfortable going short. Especially as we've had such a strong push down. And it's stalling a little bit here. Yeah, so if I'm not sure, and at the moment I'm not sure what's going on. So I can't do it, lads. Can't do it. It may do, it may career down, but just not making a lot of sense to me at the moment. It's just a bit unpredictable. But we are getting lots of these areas, aren't we? We're getting a push sideways. So that to me looks like it's... So if, in that case, we are getting a push sideways, then push up sideways, down sideways, up sideways, down sideways. Could that mean we're going up sideways? We may get sort of... I don't know, it's hard to say at the moment. It's unpredictable, which is leading me to leave alone at the moment. Because if I'd have took that short, then I'd have probably been waiting for more than that. So I wouldn't have been very happy at the moment. You'll take a nice signal bar to go short again, Jacko, yeah? Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that's a hidden second entry short. Now you get another one here. It might be one leg, two legs, who knows? I just can't bring myself to go short at the moment, not with all this. I can't deny all this. So if I was going for a point, maybe two, then I may consider it just to write it down at the bottom, but I just can't bring myself to go short after all this upward movement. Fortunately, never triggered. Yeah, I just think it's too dangerous to go short here at the moment. I might be wrong, but you know when you're not sure, don't you? I think if you're ever not sure, not that we're ever 100% sure, but you know, if you get a good trade, you know damn well if we're in a downtrend and something like that happened, it's still a bit far from me. But the setup looks nice, doesn't it? But in the right context, you jump on that in a heartbeat, wouldn't you? But as we've had this uptrend and then we've had these two pushes down and a new low, or slightly new low there, for me, it's just risky. Although there could be a hidden second entry short there, depending on how that finishes. It's a little bit too far away from there. Even if I wanted to take it, I can't bring myself to it. If that triggers, there may be an order there. Yeah, totally right, Lance. I'm anxious today. Yeah, I think as long as you look at this, perhaps it may work. Well, there you go. Trouble is, it's too far away, really, isn't it? Especially with what we've had. But you'd have got a couple of points, 2-3 points out of that, maybe certainly 2 points. And the way it's looking bearish, it's got to be your target, isn't it? Yeah, it's just risky, that one. That I didn't like because it's too far away. That's closed, you know, a fair bit above it. Yeah, look at that. See, would I want to take a long above there? Not at the moment. Is it going to get above there? If it does break above there, then I expect it to go higher, but it's just too risky. Anybody who took that short, I bet your arse had been twitching when that bar started going up. I know I would have been, but it's looking quite bearish now. So if you'd have taken that one, most of you guys, I think, take 2 points or thereabouts, don't you? You may have taken it down the middle line or something, but as soon as that one started going up quite sharpish, I'll be panicking. Yeah, it's just not a natural looking trade to me. That it definitely is hidden second entry short. The trade's there, but it's just too far away from the EMA, and to me, it's almost like we're going like this back up, and I wouldn't be shocked if it breaks above there. In fact, I'm going to get rid of that for a minute. I'd say there's quite likely some shorts there. although it's definitely more of a dangerous trade because that is quite a bit above it. And I'd say the way that's looking, look out if anyone went short there and not out of their points, because I'd say that's almost, I'd be almost sure that's going to get taken out. But it might not. You just might get 2 pushes and bearish and come back down. There you go. It might not. Might hold now. But, to me, see, there's sort of 2 small legs there. I'd say 1 leg, 2 leg. My target will be up here. 1 leg, 2 leg. 2 legs down. You could say 1, 2 legs up, but that's more like 2 separate legs. But mind you, it has pushed out of here and it has tried a few times to get up. So it may end up just coming down. We may end up working down. I suppose buyers will only try and push it up so many times before they give up. And then it may just tank out the bottom. Break a couple of legs up. Try to go higher once, try twice. Yeah, it may fail and come down. May come down to around about here somewhere if it does. Because there is a lot of support there. See, it's pushed out of here, isn't it? It's bounced up here. Every time it's closed below what would have been the top of that initial range. I probably get a bit too many lines in here. So yeah, this is choppy city, innit? This is Chinese chop suey city. This is. Get away, get away. Funnily enough, the midline is fitting nice, isn't it? Look how it's playing a part here. Here, 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 here. There, there, there. Yeah, it's dangerous territory, isn't it? It's actually quite a choppy day today. We have had some really nice days coming along lately. It's been so bad for such a long time, but we are having days of clarity. That first day, was it the Tuesday? We just had a nice steady uptrend, or was it downtrend? I can't remember. And just some nice setups. I had 2 lovely trades, nice by the book trades. And the trouble is, the more we see this, the less we see the good trades. When they do appear, it's almost, are my eyes deceiving me? You almost start to feel nervous taking a trade because you're thinking, we haven't had one for so long, it can't be. So, sometimes the longer you go without trades, they feel a little bit, something doesn't feel a bit right. Something feels too risky, doesn't it? Yeah, this is looking like barcode more than anything, isn't it? Okay, you could call that a failure. You may start to dip at some point. I think longs are going to give up. If you're going to take a bearish bar at some point, so if you recount that, try to go once, try technically a failure, but sat around the middle line, so it's risky, isn't it? But that's the type of bar I like to look for if I'm going short, but just can't trade that, can you? Yeah, so if you're taking that, it's triggered. Yeah. Hey, Sam. How you doing, bud? How you doing, lad? Yeah, it could go either way here. It could jump out the top. It could drop out the bottom. In fact, I'm just going to take a few minute break. I'm not interested in any of this at the moment. It's a bit choppy. I'm just going to make myself a cup of coffee. I'll be back with you in a few minutes. Well, I haven't missed much, have I? Wow, this is definitely barcodes, isn't it? This is. I bet if you scan that, it's a tin of beans. Mmm. Just wondering whether to remove that. Doesn't really help, does it? Hey, Nicholas. How you doing, mate? How are you doing? I've spoken to you for a bit. This could fail and shoot up. Barcodes. My new work. New word. Yeah, it kind of works actually, doesn't it? I think barbed wire is one word, isn't it? But yeah, barcodes actually, especially this lot. Look at that. Wow. It's starting to look like a supermarket, isn't it? But I'm going to put that back because fits so nice at the top. Maybe this is. Sometimes we'll have like a trend and then we'll break down. We'll have one running sort of parallel to it, if you like. I'm not convinced. Yeah, you can't trade this whatever happens, can you? Let's move that up a bit higher now, I think. There we go. It's definitely got an upward feel to it, isn't it? Hanging in there, excellent. Excellent. Does seem a little bit calmer than the last time you saw me trade. I was a bit of a shaking mess at one point, wasn't I? Yeah, that's rushing around. What I try and do is have a sort of 10 minutes of sort of quiet square breathing just to get yourself calm and focused. But I'm quite a wired person sometimes, so if I get into that frame of mind, I think it goes against me. So I try to calm things down a little bit, slow things down a little bit. Where, like you mentioned, a tank down. A lot of the times you'll see that, though, don't you? You'll see a good push down sideways and a push down in the opposite corner. So whether it will career down, I wouldn't be shocked if it does. I'd say there's probably going to be some some long stops there. Maybe even there. So if it gets below here, which it has done, who knows whether it will career down or not. I think someone mentioned about it tanking out the bottom. Who was that? Final test left. Oh, there we go. And it's gone. Down to here's my next target. So let's see if we get a measured move out of this. I'd say we possibly will, which will bring it down to the open. Alright, so if this pushes up, let's have a look here. Short-term trend channel break, expecting a new low. I can't take these second entries unless they're right up here, so whether it's going to or not, I don't know. And you could say this is a failed breakout of here, so would I want to go short, try and make a new low? I don't think so, no. So you could say this is a breakout of this little range here, but we are in a short-term trend channel. So I think sometimes these are more reliable for a break and a new low. I tend to think these tend to break in a new low more often than the bigger ones, but it's just, at the moment, really, it's just guesswork whether it's going to come down or not. See, we've definitely had this uptrend. I don't think we can deny that. So whether we got a couple of legs down and then we're going to push back up, who knows? But we flushed out any longs that were sat there. Whether there was some there, that cleared out a lot of those. So I'm not happy going short still, so it's just sitting and waiting for me. Excuse me. Okay, that had a quick flush down, took out any possible longs that were in here. Maybe some there. Oh, hold on a minute. Don't accuse me of me following a plan. I'm not that smart. How dare you accuse me of following a plan and doing things correctly? Yeah, I've got sort of a plan. Don't fuck up, I think. That's probably the bare bones of it. Yeah, I'm just, do you know, I think this time I'm just trying to treat it like a business. That I have to just take it day by day and trade by trade. I can't be doing with throwing money at it anymore, because the throwing and the gambling and trying to get lucky just doesn't work. It might work 1 in 10 times, but that's no basis for a future, is it? Yeah, see, my policy now is if it's doing this, I don't have a clue what it's doing at the moment. So I'm quite happy to sit, watch and have a talk. And you lot know me by now. I'm quite happy talking. That's what happens when you sit in a room all day by yourself. You talk. Okay, so we had the short-term trend trying to overshoot a new high. So what are we doing now? Who knows? So I think it's safe to say that this was a failed breakout of this range at the moment. We've come up to the top of it, and we've actually made a new high from this. So whether we're going to continue up or come back down, I got no idea. No idea. I just can't bring myself to go short there. It's just too choppy, too unpredictable. Danger, danger. Yeah, and you don't want to be taking bars like that, do you? Especially that sit right on the middle line. I mean, we could come down here and push up. Yeah, come on, leading loser, get a grip. Start treating this like a serious business, leading loser. Come on. Come on. Follow me. Follow my approach. Come on, it's about time we had some insults on this stream. Come on. I don't know what's going on here at the moment. I just don't know. There's lots of these pushes and sidewaysies. I will do. I just told him, mate. He's been warned. I'll put a little red spot next to his name. I will. Go and stand in the corner. Take a break. Yeah, you've been warned. You've been told. And I'm 53. I'm a senior to you. So you listen to me, okay? I don't know how old you are, actually. Oh, come on, do something. Okay, new eye. Try to go once, try to go twice. EMA's facing upwards. No, I'm not interested in this. This is chippy choppy time, this is. You know, with this evaluation code here, it's a shame you can't use it to trade your own. Because the amount of times I've failed, I'd make a flipping fortune. I have tried put my own number in, my own code in. Well, I've taken it, it don't work. Comes up with a sort of a not very nice message. Okay, so there's a failure there. Quite a nice bearish looking bar. We're in a bit of a range here, so I'd guess this was going to come down here, but I don't like the risk to reward really. 3.5 points, tick below 4 points. There's probably only about 2.5 points there, isn't there? But we've had this sort of overshoot, a new high, try to go once, try to twice, failed, broke below the EMA. Maybe a few longs in there. I don't know. I expected to come down the bottom here, but I just didn't. Yeah, there we go. It was a sort of a little bit. There's not a lot of room for error there, is there? Yeah, if you put, you'd have got 2.5 points out of that. For me, there's just not much room to maneuver. I like to have a little bit extra if I'm going to take a risk, and I really don't want the risk to be more than the reward at the moment. Having said that, it could come out the bottom and create. It's possible. It's possible. Okay, so that wouldn't have been a bad trade. It's easy when you can see what's going to happen, but that was a failure, quite bearish. But it's just where it was. We've come up here, seeing we've come down a few times, and you just don't know where it's going to finish, do you? And there's not a lot of room there to make a decent profit compared to the risk. Yeah, it's a little bit messy, isn't it? A lot of congestion. I mean, it is swinging, so there are options to get into trades, but not a great amount of setups that I can see, really. There may be one. I did look at that, the lower high one. We were sort of in a range, but it's just, I left it and it just went so choppy. I'm kind of glad I did, really, although it would have made money, but I like making nice, quick, easy money with a good setup and not the risky ones. Yeah. I did put this on earlier, but I took it off. That is the open, and that is the overnight lows. So whether we work down here now, sort of on a trend, and in fact, it is a trend nonetheless, but it's very much, it's not acted like a trend, does it? It looks like a trend, but it's not. it doesn't act like a trend, because a trend generally follows a nice line, but it's not. It's it sort of worked here nice. It sort of worked here nice, but there's no, you would normally take a good setup off it. So it's not acting like a trade. It's acting like a range, a push up, a range, a push up, and a range, push down, range, push down. It's acting like a sort of a ranges within these trends, isn't it? Really. So it's looking like a trend if you put if you put the lines there, but it doesn't act like a trend, really, does it? Slightly target now. Yeah, well, I've got this measured move down here, so I think it's if it eventually gets past this, there is a lot of congestion here, see? And if you look where it come to early before it bounced off, right in the middle of that lot, so there's definitely some resistance there. So maybe this is a second run at it. Who knows? So if you took that failure, might be worth holding on to that, because we may test this bottom or even back here and have another. Maybe like a couple of, depending on where this comes to. Let's pop that there for a second. May have one leg, another leg. So yeah, if you took that failure, now I've seen this, I'd probably be inclined to hold on to that, because a lot of times it will go down there, short-term trend channel, a little bit of sideways, and then you'll have exactly the same down there. So if we can break them, there we go. So yeah, we're doing exactly what I just said there. Short-term trend channel, a little bit of sideways, and another push. So it looks like it might get through this lot. So yeah, if I'd have taken that one, well, at the time you don't know that in hindsight. I just thought that's what I've got to think about there. But that push down, you can see this all the time, don't you? Sharp push down, then just a little bit of sideways, and then it just drops in the opposite corner. So whether it'll get through this stuff or not, who knows? But there's definitely some congestion. Once it gets below this line and closes, then I think we'll see this measured leg. I still have a measured move in my chart. Okay, that's looking good. So once it gets below here, once it closes below here, nothing's closed below here yet. Everything's sat on top of it. So if we can close below, maybe retest it, then I expect this to measured move, if not the open, if not the overnight lows. Trouble is, with that far from the EMA now, you just can't get in anything here, so we just have to watch it go. That looks to me, whether you take it from me, I mean, that looks like one leg, two legs, but typically you would put it to the high, because obviously this sort of leg style here, individual legs, but you put it to the high, don't you? Which it sort of is, really, isn't it? But okay, see if we can close below here. There we go. Ram straight through it like a knife through butter. So see what I mean about that? What I mentioned, you see them all the time. Short-term trend channel. Once you get those just a few little sideways, bam, it goes right at the opposite corner. So measured move coming, incoming, I think. May test the bottom of this a touch, and then this overnight, the open, followed by the overnight. So I think I certainly think here, if not the overnights, I don't know, do they tend to, look at that, boom, drop again. So there's some longs in there somewhere, I think, which caused that. Or just maybe short orders just dropped in below here. Yeah, probably some short orders dropping in below, thinking if we can get below here, then they favour it for the open. And we've hit that, and the open, and the overnight lows by the looks of things. So, wow. You'd have taken that one and even just followed down on every eye. You'd have been down here now. There we go, new low of the day. What a nice move that was. Wish I'd have taken that bloody thing now. I shouldn't do this, but I'm going to. But look at that. Actually, not as much as I thought. So I'd have probably had my order somewhere around about here, maybe in the middle of these areas. So there was certainly nice, easy 15 points there. I did look at this, but for the size of the bar, I'm just at the moment, I was thinking about this area, and the risk is more than the reward, and there's no guarantees that it is going to touch here where I expected, but I've just been trailing my stop on this runner. Yeah, there's nowhere. I mean, if you'd left it there and put it here, maybe you'd have followed it down. Even if you'd put it on top of every single one of those bars, you'd have probably got stopped out there. Look at that. That's about, was that 13, 14 points there? Nice. So, I was wondering if we're going to have a downtrend, but that's too low for that second leg. Let's get rid of some of these now. Wow, look at that. Look at it go. Okay, I am going to put that back in for now. Not that it makes much difference, because to me, it kind of fitted really nice, although it... No, I don't know. Doesn't really matter anyway. Look at that, what a shame. I hate seeing moves like that go and not getting them. Now, what I will say is if we can get a push back up to here, with this nice trend there, I will be really inclined then to go short. If we can get a push up here, that's sort of pretty unpredictable, that, isn't it? You wouldn't have expected that, would you? Maybe down to here, and then sort of... I didn't expect that to be so dramatic. So we have down there yesterday's lows. So, in fact, let me have a look. I mean, we don't take these into consideration as a rule, do we? But I suppose day by day, isn't it? But let's have a look. Could call this a breakout of this couple of day type thing, so we certainly could come down here, couldn't we? You know, there's no issues why we can't. There's certainly a lot of congestion down here, so there's some support area, but I wouldn't be shocked if we pulled back here and came down a stack more, actually. I really wouldn't be. Whether we'll even get back to them, yeah, if we can push up after this big long push down, if we can get a nice second entry off here, pushed up nicely and come back down, I'd go short there. And I might even try holding that. You're in long, are you? 4011. Yeah, I think we're likely to come back up, if not to here, to the bottom. I'd certainly expect up to get to around here. I'm hoping it gets up to the EMA. But yeah, if you're scalping a point or a couple of points, no reason why you can't jump in along there. It's clearly stalled, isn't it? It's clearly the area where it's going to go upwards for a bit, isn't it? Certainly for a couple of points. Around 2.5 points. Okay. Let's have another leg up now. Might not even get back there. I don't think it's going to get up there. Come on. Get up. Get up. Here have you. Struggling to get here, isn't it? Yeah, you mentioned that. We did that. We put that. I just got rid of it. We did do that. Just ploughed straight through it. That was it there. We did have it, but when we stalled on it and broke through, I just got rid of it, that's all. Very unpredictable today, isn't it? It's bouncing all over the place. Yeah, unfortunately. I don't think it's going to get there. Well, it's going to get up here. If it does and pushes out, then I'll take that as a failed breakout because I am expecting a new low, which we haven't got yet. In fact, let's get this in the right place because this might be vital. If we push up here and sit on top of here, I'll fade that back into here if we get that option. So, you put a buy order in on top of here, have you? So you're in there, aren't you? Yeah, I think we're going to do a little bit of sideways, maybe pop out the top a bit, come down, back in, and then come lower. I think. Hey Brant, how you doing? Yeah, I did look at that failure. At the moment, we were sort of sideways in, so I was just not a massive fan of only having that distance to play with. But kind of wish I'd taken it now. Sod's law, isn't it? 24 points is the biggest move I've ever picked up. I was doing that in a demo. It's easy to sit there all day in a demo, can't you? It doesn't matter, does it? We seem to be in a lot of this, don't we? Push sideways, push sideways. I'm hoping we pop above here. Maybe sort of to here and hopefully finish bearish around about there, because I'd be interested then in fading back into here, because I'm thinking we're going to make a new low. We have got yesterday. It's just hard to say at the moment. I mean, that measured leg has played out. But usually when we have this type of push down, we go sideways and push down again. I'm a bit on the fence here at the moment. I like to think we're going to make a new low, so see if we pop up here and we can get a nice setup. It's going up for sure. Yeah, you just don't know, do you? Sometimes when you think it can't go down anymore, off it goes again. In fact, let me just bring that down a touch. You can sit on there. That's better. Touch, touch, touch. Sit on the body. Okay, see what happens here. Trouble is, there's no real setup there, is there? Just wondering whether we can say there's a couple of legs. One leg, two leg. See how this one finishes. I'm going to get a limit order just in case.
Order submitted.
Because if this comes down and sits below here, I could say there's two legs up. Let's have a look. I don't think it's going to give us the option, is it? No.
Order cancelled.
But it may bounce off the open. See what happens. No, I'm not too keen on going short there, not after this. Actually, Osam, was it you who took that? Who put that buy order there? Oh no, you stopped with it if you'd have got triggered anyway. I thought you'd have meant it over there. If you'd put it over there, so you'd have been in this. Yeah, see, I'm still thinking new low at the moment. So if we come down here, I don't know, comfortable I am going long to make a new high. I think for me, we'd have to push down here and get a lower high or even a failure or something. See, it is possible we could end up doing something like this. It's entirely possible, isn't it? If you put that there, it looks possible, doesn't it? But that's a little bit too early. That's the trouble. You put these in too early, they can lead you to think we're going down, and we may not be. I like to think we're going to make a new low because all we've done is made the same low. So short-term trend channel break. Technically a new high. I certainly won't take that. I think that's risky just there at the moment. We might tick below it and we may actually make a better high than that one. I would think we would make a new low here. Whether we do work down towards yesterday's low, it remains to be seen. Yeah, the overnight low is there, right there, there. So, and that is the open. So we're sort of that's what I mean. You just don't know. See, this could be a break and a new high, and then we may continue down and make a new low from this. I'm expecting a new low anyway, just the way things are looking at the moment, but who knows? Okay, so that's a break. Technically, you could say it's a new high. Might not be convincing for some people. They might want to go a bit higher. So that's a first entry. So if it pushes below here, comes back and retests here, then I would say that might be a reasonable failure. Or it could be one leg, two legs, bullish bar up, new high from here, which would play that out. You could say that's a second entry long if it works, or if it does trigger some, it may. People may get trapped. I prefer that to come down here first before it goes bullish, because if I'm going to put a short for a trap, I would prefer it below the EMA. So let's see if this does go up and go bullish, or if it continues down. It's looking bearish to me for certain, but I would prefer the failure. Whether we're going to get it or not, whether it's just going to keep coming down here, who knows. This could be a second entry long. I think it's come down too far away from this short-term trend channel to make another high. Let's see if we can get a I don't think it's going to give us an option for a failure. It's just coming down, isn't it? There we go. There's our new low. Okay. That's what I expected. Unfortunately, we didn't have an option to get in, so that's played out now. Is it going to go higher? Who knows? I wouldn't have thought so. I would expect that to come down some more. Sorry. Whether we come down to here or not, who knows? But that is the new low of the day again. Shame we couldn't get in. You just can't take that, really. It's just a bit too high. We could get a second entry long from here, push up, make a new high before we come down. So who knows? Okay, so short-term trend channel, new low, break. Now, would you take this failure? Hard to say, isn't it? Are we coming lower? Who knows? Let's have a quick zoom out and have a look. Okay, yeah, push down sideways, push down sideways. Who knows? Yeah. I was expecting a new low. And I think once we got comfortably below this, that's where I expected it to break the lows from this trend. One leg, two leg. Unfortunately, it's not getting close enough to give us something comfortable to take short, is it? Too early, really. Trouble is, you can put a trend on anything really and make it look somewhere near, can't you? So short-term trend breaking low. So that's played out. So that's played out, and that's played out. Okay, this could be a measured leg. Are we going to continue down? This is what I expect. So there is. There was some congestion from yesterday. Quite a bit of. So whether we will break here, who knows? That's quite a move down, actually. That is. Actually, it's not as much as it looks, is it? 39 points isn't a huge move, really, is it, in the grand scheme of things? That news we had the other day, we had a 55-point bar, so it's not actually a huge move, really, is it? We had something big a day before yesterday, didn't we? That was a bigger move. Yeah, that was double what we've got so far today, so you think it looks like a big move, but when you compare it to that, it's only half the distance, so it's actually not as big as you think. So are we coming down to here now? Your guess is as good as mine. Let's just put that there just in case. Okay, so that and that has played out. So let's see what happens when we get here. See if this is in play. In which case, I would say then there's a possibility we may have the starts of a downtrend there. Touched a couple of times, touched there. See what happens here. I'd certainly say things are bearish at the moment for me, in some shape or form. Yeah, it's going slower a bit, isn't it? I don't think no one knows exactly what's going on. That's probably why it's going a little bit slow. It's not really clear, is it, at the moment? Let's clear this up a bit. Okay, we're maybe a point off, 3/4 of a point off a measured move below there. So let's remove that. See if things become a bit clear. Maybe we'll get a couple of legs. Who knows? It's really starting to look bearish. Well, it's been looking bearish for a while now, but I'm just wondering if we get. Okay, I'm just going to take a few minutes break. 3 or 4 minutes. Okay. Right. What are we doing now? That was a strange looking day, isn't it? Unpredictable. Yeah, it's unpredictable, isn't it? It's not making much sense, really, is it? It looks like it's going down, but who knows? Who knows? You might take a short and it might shoot up. I'd say now we've got some movement. There is some congestion from yesterday, but if it can get down below here, then I would say then yesterday's lows is possible. Should have held your runner. Where'd you come up here? Did you somewhere? That's the rudder you wanted. That failure, if you'd have held that one. Trouble is, there's no real setup there. There's just nothing really, is there? And it's just too dangerous and unpredictable to take something here. You may take a short there, but it's a bit congested. It's a bit sideways. You just don't know whether it's going to come down a bit and come up, stop you out, and then go down. It's unpredictable. It goes down a bit and then it's unsure. It goes down a bit more, then it's unsure. It could go either way, really. I mean, things are obviously looking biased at the moment, but the trouble is when you have these choppy days, it can be unpredictable, and it's always, you're not taking a trade, you'll sit and watch this and it'll continue to go down and down. The second you decide, oh, all right, I'll get in and have a go, it messes with you. And it always seems to do it. You still haven't taken a single trade. Me neither, mate. Well, to be honest with you, apart from that failure, which wasn't a great place to take it anyway, because it's right in the middle and there's a load of congestion here, I can't see a lot. Well, I can't see anything that's obvious. There's nothing obvious for me. So if you haven't taken a trade, Jacko, I'd say that's a plus for you, mate, because that shows patience. I haven't taken one anyway. I think I've come to conclusion now. If I just take setups because I'm impatient, I'm never ever going to make it as a trader. I just have to sit there, and even if I sit there for 3 hours and don't take a trade, it is what it is. You can only take what the market gives you. Just because you haven't taken a trade all day, doesn't mean we can't take a risky one or squeeze one or try and force one, because it just comes back and bites you. But then we may take nothing today, but we may get 2 or 3 trades within the first hour tomorrow, It sort of swings and roundabouts, isn't it, as we say over in the UK, Sometimes you get a good day, sometimes, But it all averages out, I think, isn't it? I'm quite happy. It is really. There's no other way. I've tried to fight the markets. Look, I've tried to fight the market so many times, and it just does not work. And you end up having a record like that. Look at that lot. Yeah. Look at that lot. Yeah. That's me trying to fight the market. That's me trying to just guess or just have a go. Yeah. So there's 85. 86 Apex accounts there. 86 failed. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12 profit failed accounts. There's 86. That's 98. 3, 1900, 101. At 300 trades. So there's 101 failed evaluations, and 10, I'm on the 11th one, and 10 failed PA accounts. So you try and fight the market. and not sit there patiently, you end up having a record like that. And I know people who've got more than double what I have. So, you know, it just goes to show the only way, and I think you'll come to the conclusion at some point that the only way it works, you just have to wait for a setup. You know, I'm not saying I've made it now and I've figured it all out, but I've come to the conclusion that's the only way to do it. Now, whether I do it is another thing, but I think every time I fail, I seem to get, like last month was the first month I actually finally got to make a payment. So I'm starting to realise now, if I can hold my patience and sit here and wait for a good setup, which we've been told our whole careers from when we started to trade, that's the only way it works. So, you know, I believe I'm getting closer. Is this going to be the time? It's possible. You know, I feel good at the moment. I'm quite happy not trading if there's nothing there. So who knows? Especially frustrating because there's a lot of good looking. Mac will, yeah, he will, yeah. To be fair, if Mac puts a lot of trades in here, they're risky trades. And it's very easy to go, oh, all right, they are. We've pushed up there. We'll take that as a lower high. It worked. You don't know it's going to work. You know, it's very easy to take that as a failure. We're in the middle of this shit at the moment, so you don't know it's going to work. But it's very easy to get your, you know, to get your arrows, to get your, you know, your arrows out and go, oh, there we go. Triple top or whatever. You know what I mean? You know, triple top will go short there, or failure will go short. It's easy to do that after the fact. It's very different when you're trading it live and you don't know what's going to happen. Very hard. Thanks for sharing that. I guess my trader vote looks like that too. Oh, mate, trust me, Jacko, we ain't the only ones, mate. I know a guy who's had over 200 fail ones. And you'd be surprised. Not everyone will show you. Doesn't bother me either way. But it's nice sometimes to see that other people have failed as well. Because sometimes you think, you know, you start throwing darts. Oh, absolutely. The downside to having 80% off these evaluations, because you're risking $33, and $33 is not a lot to risk. And if you get a bit impatient and you take a bad couple of trades, it's very easy to go, oh, sod it, I'll go short here, market's going down. It's very easy to gamble. And that's the downside of the cheap evaluations, because you get into a sticky situation. Instead of having the patience to just battle through the losses, it's so easy just like you say, it's just almost like closing your eyes and throwing a dart at a board, isn't it? You just, you know, and that's the trouble. We always tend to take these losses when we gamble when we take a loss or two, you know, and maybe you're in an evaluation and you're down $1,000 and you just try and hit a home run, try and get a bit lucky. Now that works, but only probably about once in 10, or maybe 2 times in 10, or something like that. But that's no basis for a career in trading. But you try sticking to it. I think a lot of us have got to go through that. You know, it's a form of maturing, isn't it, as a trader? You know, when we're kids, we do stupid things, don't we? Because we don't know how to deal with emotions. We make stupid decisions, and when we get a bit older, we learn. You know, there's things I did when I was a youngster I wouldn't dream of doing now. But because of the emotional side of trading, you almost act immature in your and the way we deal with it, because the emotions get the better of you. So we act immature. We take stupid risks because, you know, you get that sort of built up, bottled up, nervous, excited feeling, and it's very easy. But I think the more you do it, you'll sooner or later get closer to realizing it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. You know, some people get it quicker than others. You know, some people are quite motivated in their life. Some people can get up at 6 o'clock every morning and go out for a run. They eat healthy. Some people are focused, you know, on life. They make good decisions. And people like me, the amount of promises, you know, the times I've said I'm going to the gym and never done it. But so, yeah, so some people find it easier. And other people like me need to get stung a lot of times before I finally get it through my thick head that the only way you're ever going to make it as a trader if you start taking it seriously and stop taking stupid risks when times get hard, you know. SG2, I don't doubt it for a second, mate. Mac will think this was a wonderful day full of trades. But it's very easy, isn't it? I mean, look at this line here. It's very easy. It's okay. We've had a break new, you know, take maybe a short here or short here or short here. You can't do it in reality. It just doesn't work. And I'll tell you that for certain. All those trades Mac marks, he won't take all those. I've heard him say he only takes 2 to 3 of the best trades. So if he's only taking 2 to 3 of those trades, in my opinion, those are the trades he should mark. He shouldn't mark loads of them and some of the poor trades, because it makes you think you can take silly trades. Because I've traded long enough now to know a lot of the trades that Mac marks, you shouldn't really be trading, you know. And if they are that good, why isn't he taking 6, 8 or 10 trades a day? You know what I mean? So I wish in a way he'd just put down, you know, I wish he'd say, okay, you could take that one, you could take that one, but at the end of the day, these are the trades I took. I went short here, I went short here, and I went short. You know what I mean? I think that's what he should do. Because we really, part of learning is to get into the heads of these experienced guys, and the only way you really do it is to find out what they've done and what they do. I did email Mac a couple of weeks ago, and I never heard nothing back, so... Well, I know I think he's lost his dog recently, so... And I think his mum's been ill as well, so he's... I think a lot of his time's been taken up, so... but I did message him, you know, to see if he could say, maybe I'll try again in a while. It'd be nice to know what he does. Who trades live? Yeah, we don't watch Mac anymore because we understand the system. Yeah. So, yeah, once you've been doing it a while, you know what's a good trade and you know what's not a good trade. But, yeah, I think a lot of the trades Mac marks... I mean, there might be very advanced trades. They may be a lot more straightforward to someone who's been doing it 25 years. But the nature of just by the nature of the customers that Mac sells his system to, we're all newbies. So, you know, you need to sort of treat us with kid gloves, and you need to do things overcautious, because he does, you know, go on about you need to be very, very selective and only pick the best trades. But when you look at his charts, there's a lot of riskier trades marked, and lots of them. And, you know, if he's telling us we only need to take 2 to 3 trades a day, then, you know, he shouldn't really be marking stacks of trades, because you're thinking naturally, oh, maybe I should have taken that one. Maybe I should have taken that one. And I think you're going to take riskier trades yourself. Second entry short there, but I don't like that. It's massive bar. No rooms to the lows. I don't like it when you get one big bar stacked right on the side. No doubt Mac is... Oh, absolutely, mate. I don't doubt it for a second. Because not covering the tricky... Yeah. I mean, Mac needs to... well, I'm not saying this, but I mean, obviously his customers, us, we're sort of newbies. We've not been doing it long. We're still in the early days yet. You know, we're still a fair few years away from being experienced, seasoned traders. So you need to show us the best stuff, and leave out the things we should be staying away from. And to be honest with you, the longer you've been doing it, you know, we don't need to be shown the more riskier trades. We'll figure that out in our own time. You know, the more you spend day after day sitting on these charts, you'll start to notice the slightly riskier ones, and you'll notice the ones that are slightly risky but are more likely to work. But our level, really, we only really want to be seeing those 1 or 2 or 3 good quality trades in a day that we should be focusing on. I tend to watch him a bit, but what I tend to do is if I've taken a trade, I'll tend to see whether he's taken that one or not. Just to sort of solidify my sort of confidence level, really, if you like. Green trades probably shouldn't be taken. No, because if you think slightly riskier trades, I mentioned earlier, Matt might put like 8 or 10 green trades in a day, and funnily enough, every single one of them work. So it's very easy to get that inside your head and think there's loads of trades that I'm missing, so I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I know when I first started, I was taking about 30 to 40 trades a day. In fact, I put a few £1,000 into my own account, and I remember one day I worked out that I should be about so many dollars up, and I was like $60 down, and what I hadn't taken into consideration was the 75 trades I took and the fees. So I don't know why I was taking that money, but when you're experienced and you're quite new, you tend to take way more trades than you should, and you learn to sort of harness it and roll it back a bit. But yeah, I didn't take it into consideration. I thought I was like $50 or $60 up. Turns out I was about $30 in the red because I didn't take into consideration all the fees, and the fees from 75 trades can soon mount up. Yeah, you do. I think really the green trades are when you're more experienced, because there are trades that might not be a fantastic setup, but the overall context and experience tells you it's still worth it, and that comes with time, isn't it, really? There is a second entry short here, but it is very congested. Am I thinking it's going down towards here? I'd think so. First entry, second entry. It's a little bit far away from the EMA for my liking, because we seem to be in a little bit of this, and I wouldn't be shocked. Now that's triggered if it comes up a little bit sideways, so that for me is a little bit risky. It's actually only a point and 3/4. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it because we're a little bit sideways here and it's just below the middle, so I would prefer the top of that body to be sitting right under here before I think about going long, short there. It's just got alarm bells for me, that. But yeah, it's not actually a massive bar. It's 1 3/4 points, so tick above, tick below, 2 1/4 points. It's still $225 I don't want to lose. It's just a bit far away from me, and by the looks of this, if you didn't take a couple of points, you're going to get stopped out. Yeah, which is why I left it alone. You wouldn't have got 2 points out of that. You'd have got maybe 1.5 points. Got you. Yeah, that's just, and not just that, it is a little bit rangy there. I would prefer that right up here. I would prefer the body. Now this may be a better option, but if that comes down and finishes here, I'm seeing now this sideways stuff. That is probably the better option, but it's barbed wire, isn't it? I think it's risky. That is a slightly bigger bar. That's what is it? 2 3/4, 3 1/4 up and down. That to me is congestion. I think it's certainly more likely to work than that one. Just wondering whether there may be some longs trap there taking the failure. So yeah, there's definitely a few traps there. There's a short trap and a long trap. If this gets below here or below here, then I think that's more likely down there, but just not a fan of that. Yeah, if we get below here, I think you'll get your points if you took that one. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you get 2 points there. That was the better trade, and that just wasn't close enough. I like it to push nicely through first, but that one put me off here because I wouldn't be shocked if we push back in a bit. Maybe not. Maybe we won't. I think it's out enough. And we are down, I think. They say fade the range in the direction of the trend. Well, this isn't, is it? So I would say that would probably come down some more. May push up a little bit more before it comes down. But I think if you're in that trade, it'll be all right there. You'll be all right. Yeah, see that second entry short there was the issue. And then if anyone went second entry long there, that triggered and trapped them. So there was 2 traps there. Mac will mark both. Yeah, that was definitely the better option. I would have taken that if it wasn't for the fact that there's 4 sitting back by back. It's like you've got 1 doji, then a wick up, wick down, wick up. But I would say the downward trend would probably help you out of that. I'd say there's going to be a lot more people in that trade than there is there. He does take a lot of first entries and a lot of third entries as well, I gotta say. Now, is that a convincing break? It's hard to say. I think the safer option is to say we've had a break. At least then that's now played out. But I would expect, now we've pushed down a bit, to come down to this yesterday's lows. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it is a bit congested there. That's what put me off that. I prefer it closer to that, I do. And as once it started going up, it's congested there, isn't it? That one was the better option because it didn't move. They tend to come down here and then they move sideways and get as close as they can as the EMA. And then when you get one that looks about right, and that's probably it, then it continues down a bit. But so you may even call this a triple test. We've pushed down once, twice, 3 times, down. Yeah, Matt might call this a triple test. I'll be surprised if he doesn't mark that one, but I think it's safe to say he won't mark that one, isn't it? Looks like we're going to hit yesterday's lows. In fact, it's probably a tick below that. There. Strange day, isn't it? Yeah, it has sort of pushed down, isn't it? And then we've come back up 1, 2, 3 times, triple test. That would have been the option. The only thing that put me off is that I would have taken that as close enough for me. It's just those 4 bars there. I got caught so many times. I'd rather not take a trade than. Yeah, sometimes it is going to run away and you're gonna miss out. But so many times I've done that. It's come down here a bit and gone up and gone a bit higher. And if that to me feels risky, and I take the trade, they are the ones I find hard to deal with. Okay, we've broken yesterday's lows. Yeah, if I think that's risky and I take it and it fails, they're the ones I struggle to deal with psychologically. If it was a genuine good trade and it fails, I haven't got so much of a problem with that because I know in my own mind it looked good. So where's it going to go to now? Where's it going to stop? Nobody knows. I'm glad I haven't got shares in the S&P, I got to say. So maybe going back a few days ago, I don't know. I don't go back that far, so I don't know what's further back. If anybody knows, where's it likely to struggle? I'm just wondering actually whether now we can, let me just open that up. We can call this, actually that works all right, doesn't it? Just wondering whether we can say that may be a spike and a channel. I'll tell you what, let me remove that one. This might be a downtrend now. Let's take it from here. I don't actually think that looks that bad. You may take it from here, actually. Does it fit any better if you take it from there? Yeah, it probably does, actually. Let's bring it down and stick it there, then. We don't have to incorporate that. I mean, if it is incorporated, that's fine. It doesn't matter, but let's just get rid of some of these. Could be a spike and channel with that. Let's leave that from there. It doesn't really matter too much. Okay, we've come back up and retested this. So we're going to come down more, or we're going to have a couple of legs up. If we can have a couple of... Let's have a look. I'm happy to say that is now a trend, even if it's from here. Fits a few times there, fits a few times there. Even if you don't take this, let's put that. Let's just put that there for now. And drag this up. It fits kind of nice, that. Might be a bigger one, but I'm not too fussed. I'm more concerned about this line, not so much the bottom line. So if we can get a... one leg, maybe. Possible second entry short here. Got to be a bit careful because of this. Even if we use this short-term trend channel and say we've had a break here, that's not close enough for me. It needs to get higher. I want it to get right up here. You could say short-term trend channel, 2 legs up, break, new low. I'll go short here. I know there's that overnight yesterday's lows, but it's going to have to get right up here and look nice and bearish for me. But short-term trend channel, 2 legs up, even if you haven't drawn this, but it needs to get up here. And we're in a downtrend as well. So what I'm trying to do is when I take trades in a downtrend, I'm going to try and hold on to them a bit lower. Because chances are, if I took it here and it does come back, it's probably likely not going to go higher than that. So see what happens. Okay, first leg up, second leg up. I kind of like it how this is setting up. Let me just help confirm my instincts. Okay, I like that. So if we can get another leg above there and finish bearish below the EMA, I'm liking that for a second entry short. So I'm going to get a limit order because it may
Order submitted.
So I want this to push up higher, ideally to here, and then finish below the EMA, and I'm really liking that then. And then there's a decent amount of space for the lows there, certainly to 4 points, maybe. I want that to come a bit higher, really. Okay, I'm all right with that. I'm okay with that. Okay. Come on, come back. Come back and get me. Come on. Oh, bollocks. That's frustrating. Let's get rid of that there.
Order cancelled.
That's why I got a limit order. I expected it to come down quite quick. Not that quick, though. I reckon that's going to come right down here quick. That's a shame, that is. Let's see if we get a lower high. What did that go for? God, didn't that go down quick? I'm just wondering whether we're going to get a real good push. Yeah, if you took a point scalp there, you got that out without in a split second there, but I don't think it's going to come back. That's a shame, really, because we've got 2 legs, second entry short. That's kind of nice. I was hoping it'd go a bit higher, but I can live with that. Didn't come down as much as I thought, actually. That spiked down 1.75, 2 points max. You wouldn't have got that probably. Well, you may have done. No, it usually has to point through, but I just don't think it's going to give us another option. That's a real shame. I'd have been better off putting a limit or a normal order. I usually put a limit order because I thought it might go down quick, but I normally put a market order there. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. I think we're going to get a nice move here. That's a real shame. Got slippage on that one. I'm not surprised you did, yeah. I think this is going to make a really nice move. I wouldn't be surprised if this came right down to the bottom here. Bottom of this channel, bottom of this. See if we push through that midline. Bugger, I'd be quite happy staying in that now. I'd probably have my order above here. Nice bit of couple of point profit maybe above here, and happy to sit there thinking that we're going to come down. Once we get below here. That's a shame. There we go. So I'm reckoning here now. In fact, may now probably shit me pants now. Rob me stopping there. So I see that move like that. Let's have a look. Once I saw that, once we got below there, I'd have got 4.5 points out of that. I'm quite happy to hold it here, wait for it to drop, and then it came and took me out. But that's a shame. That would have been nice. You almost missed it. Yeah, it went quick. To be honest with you, I put a limit order there because I thought what I should have done actually is maybe took the limit order and risk a little bit more because it wasn't a massive bar. It was only a 1.75. See, I could have actually took it here, which is a bit of a shame, isn't it? But well, it happens. I took a market order because I thought it may move quick, but I'd have been better off just drop as soon as that closed, just dropping my market order because it did climb up, did retrace a little bit, and then it would have hit my marker then, my market order, and I'd have got out. Once I get below here, I'm happy to drop my stop in it, and if it goes lower, brilliant. If it doesn't, then it is what it is. But that's a shame there. Sometimes you miss them. It happens. That's a shame. I'd have preferred to get a little bit closer, but to be honest with you, the measured moves, sometimes are smaller the measured move, but Mac doesn't usually use measured moves on such small moves, but what he would have said is that is clearly 2 legs up, and it is 1 leg, 2 leg, right back to the MA bearish bar. That's all Mac says. Mac tends to draw the slightly bigger ones, maybe from here to here or here to here, but he doesn't tend to draw these really small ones. He'll just say that's clearly 2 legs back to the MA. Nice bearish bar. I'll go short there. Something like that. Not the best accent, but yeah. I like that one. He'd take that short, that it would. After this coming down. Short-term trend channel break. 2 legs up. Yeah, it looks lovely, to be fair. I think the bit that I think the measured move, I've got to leave the measured move if we're only making a few bits here, because it was a measured move that made hold me back just a touch. But yeah, 2 nice legs up to the EMA. Nice bar, finished on its lows and down it came. That's a shame there. Possible $450 loss. Well, not loss. It's not a loss, is it? Second entry short. Don't get much cleaner than that. Nah, you're right. That was nice, wasn't it? I did drop my order, and unfortunately it was a limit order. Now, I tend to think limit orders, I thought how it finished, it might move quick, which is why I decided limit order, because I don't use a lot of limit orders, but if I'd have put a market order in there, it would have taken. So, 1 leg, 2 leg, this is where I expect. So this measured moves the target then, and I don't think it'll hang around getting down there. That's why Max says you miss great trades using limit orders. I agree with that. I used to, a lot of, Thomas Wade used to post a lot of his, and I used to see him using the limit orders, and he missed so many trades, which is why I took market orders. I just thought if I drop my market order there, it may kick me out straight away. So I thought it'd move quick. So I thought if I drop a limit order, it may come back and pick it up. But it sort of worked against me there. But yeah, that's why I'm not a fan of limit orders, to be honest with you. They have their uses if you want to maybe, you know, if it's a big bar and you want it to retrace a bit and maybe get an earlier entry. But yeah, I'd have been better off with my market order there, and I'd have got me I'd have got 4 points at least, I think, there. And I'd have been happy with that. That would have put me on $1,000 for the last 3 days. So, never mind. It's gone. Nothing I can do about it. Why didn't you take that second? I did, mate. I dropped the limit order. Unfortunately, it just went. Once it got down, it went quick and didn't come back enough for me. I was tempted to follow it a little bit because there's plenty of rooms, but trouble is when you got these blown up, these bars can look a lot bigger, but it was less than 2 points. So I did drop a limit order in, but it had already started moving then. It was a bit too late. Wade had a playlist of live trades. Yeah, he did. He uses limit orders, doesn't he? And quite a few I'd see take off without him. And that's why I kind of like market orders. That's what I'll use 95% of the time. But yeah, it's a shame, isn't it? Well, Wilson uses excellent entry method. I can't do anything else he does. I got to say, I was watching a trade he took yesterday, and he does seem like a nervous trader because he took a short. It came down, retraced a little bit, and he had his profit marked at 3 points. As it retraced a little bit, once he started going down again, he just dropped his stop in for a point. He tends to do that a lot, loses a bit of confidence and drops his stuff in, which is why I think he's like a bit of a nervous trader. As soon as it goes against him a little bit, he seems to lose confidence. But I think if he held his confidence a bit, he'd probably get a few more points. But one click trader. I did look into it. It's $200, isn't it? It just enables you to get it to a limit order quicker, doesn't it? Or to watch it quicker without having a right click. But it's $200. So maybe at some point I might buy it. Hey Sam, how you doing, my mate? How you got on today? Strange day. Certainly has been a strange day. I missed a beauty there, mate. I dropped my order in a limit order and it just went without me. One click trader. It's just like another box here with some yellows and what's it, but enables you, instead of having to do that and click sell limit or buy limit, you've got limit orders there, and so it just saves you right clicking. You can just get in a bit quicker. Took my 2 points. That's it. Good on you, mate. I think the only other trade I've looked at was that failure, but we were in the middle of this sideways and there wasn't a massive amount of room to the bottom, but I wish to God I'd have taken it now. And now we got this nice downtrend, lovely short-term trend channel within there, break 2 legs up, lovely bearish bar, but I used a limit order and just dropped it in too soon. And it was down here before I thought about, shall I move it? And then obviously the rest is history. My kids would take trades. Yeah, you got to be very careful. You got to be very. I trade in a spare room. I do it in the house upstairs, and I have like a pin lock on mine because you got to be very careful. You certainly don't want to walk away when you got kids around you, maybe in the same room. Next to my keyboard to executive. I wish there was, sometimes if you're following it down, when you see it move quickly, it's a shame you can't have like an arrow button just to quickly take your stop going tick, 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 tick. You know what I mean? Every time you hit an arrow, just to get as much as you can out of it. You have to use a hotkey. Oh, yeah. Yeah, something like it. In fact, I remember in currency trading, they have like a little black box which has got keys in it, and I think they're hotkeys. But sometimes if you bring your stop down and you want to bring your stop, because the trouble is you've got to grab your bar and bring it down, haven't you? And sometimes if you drop it, you get kicked out. But it'd be nice if you could just like the down arrow key, just to go down a tick at a time with your stop. If you're following something maybe tight. So it looks like we're getting down to this this measured move. I've got to say I wasn't quite expecting that. Yeah, 1 leg down, 2 legs down. What's the default hotkey? I'm assuming you're asking someone else, but I'm not sure. There is probably something you can do. You probably can set shortcuts, can't you? That was quite a nice trend, actually. It's a shame there wasn't something better there, really. That was the option, but unfortunately, I would have got my points down here, 4.5 points there, which I'm a bit frustrated. Well, I'm not frustrated. There's no point in moaning about it, is there? Sometimes if it pushes down quick and you bring you grab your stop and bring it down and try and drop it in, you never seem to get it close enough. And sometimes if you drop it in here, it'll go a bit lower, come back and stop you out before you've got a chance to grab it again and bring it down some more. So it'd be nice to drop it in here somewhere and then quickly hit an arrow key so it comes down in a series of ticks, tick, 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 and gets as quick as you can, because it takes time clicking and dragging something. And you've got to click it, drag it, and drop it in at the right point and then let go, which takes time. Just wondering whether we're going to have another push back here, whether we're going to get any lower. Exactly, yeah, Jim. Yeah, you see it shoots off down and you just see points popping up in front of your eyes and dollar signs, aren't you? Yeah, you try and grab it and then bring it down. Half the time you miss it, don't you? But if you could just get, have a down arrow key, so you could just go click, 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 click on your keyboard or something, and just bring it down in a section of, or even sort of bring it down to where the current market price is. You could always wait for it to push and then just click sell market, but you always tend to get a bit of slippage there, don't you, sometimes? Yeah, sometimes when you're trying to drag, you're trying to get that button and get down, you never seem to get as much ticks as you want before you get stopped out eventually. So there's always a tick or two left on the table sometimes, isn't there, when you're trying to drag the damn thing down. This is gonna rub my nose in it. This is just gonna. There's not gonna be a setup here, and it's gonna. Yeah, I can see what's gonna happen here. Up here, bearish bar, but with no setup. Don't do nothing, it'll tank. Do something, trigger and stop me out. And then we'll have the break of this channel, which we could be getting anyway. We've got close to this measured move, so we may get a bit of a break here. Now you could say that's two legs, couldn't you? One leg, sideways, second leg. Okay, I did think there may be a break there. Yeah, I don't like it when you get two big bars like that side by side. It's got alarm bells. Let's hope it does, mate. 2 minutes, I'm just going to have a quick bathroom break. Okay. Did I miss? Right, I prefer a lower high. I'm not sure about this. Seems okay, but greetings, salons a lot actually. If you want to be correct, after a very aggressive trading on tilt, past the threshold of 150,000 account, 2 days trading, 15 contracts. Not happy, but not happy, but happy. Okay. I hope you can understand my emotions. I'll trade 3 contracts on the PA on a $150,000 account. Okay. Yeah, I suppose that works out all right, doesn't it? What's your drawdown on that? Is it $5,000? Is it? If you find your emotions are really struggling a bit, I would probably maybe go down to 2 contracts, try it, or see, because just you've said there, aggressive trading on tilt. Now it'd be a shame to for anything like that to happen within your PA account. So just be careful. Maybe just try 2 contracts. See how you get on. But good luck, mate. Good luck. But just take your time. Yeah. Take your time. Okay, this is a lower high. I'm gonna go shorty. I don't like the fact that there's that little wick and there's 3 bars like that. So I think that for me is a little bit risky. Just don't like the way it's come back, and those bars are sitting back to back. 3 or more bars back to back. Congestion. I'm not saying it's not going to go down. It doesn't mean it's not going to go down. It just makes it a little bit more risky. There's something about this that I don't like. I'm not comfortable with that bar. I don't like this. I don't like that. Now my arse would be twitching right about now. So instinct's a powerful thing, isn't it? If something doesn't feel right, you need to stay away from it, and that doesn't feel right. I wouldn't be shocked if this does come up and stop you out. It may not do, but I'm not a fan of this. You're welcome, mate. Try and enjoy it. Try and not get too stressed out, but maybe just try 2 contracts initially, just for the first bit, till you can build it up. But just go careful. Just take your time. Try and take your time. I know it seems like me giving you advice on the amount I've failed, but I'm telling you from someone who's failed a lot. Take your time. Don't try and run before you can walk. And good luck, mate. Good luck. That's okay. So that did work out and make a new low. It just didn't like it. I thought it was extra risky because of these 3 bars sitting side by side. And it sort of did push back up and close at the same point. So just something about it I didn't like. So based on what I can see here, there's our break. 2 pushes down to a new low. Now, we've played this measured move out now, I think. Safe to say, with 1 more tick. Now, are we going to plunge below it or what? Or are we going to go back up? I've got no idea. I'm actually fine with the loss I took, like Max says. Take everything in a strong trend. It's funny you should say that, Jacko. I was watching one of the Gorilla Guy's trades, and he took a 30, I think it was a 35 point runner. And he says in a strong trend where you've got lots of little bars, get on every second entry. Jump on every second entry. And I suppose the ATR is only 2.1 at the moment, which is quite low. So you could say, let's think about this. Every time it's come back to the EMA, maybe there. Right, well, let's say there, it's come back down. There, it's come back down. Here. Not obvious setups, but what I'm going to try and do is if I can get into trades like this or like this on a downtrend, is just try and hold it a bit, because usually, obviously, what will happen in a downtrend when it does come back, it obviously comes back lower and then lower still. So you should, once it has that initial swing and comes down here, then you can bring your stop down and maybe get a point or 2 and follow it down. But the thing about taking shorts in downtrends or longs in uptrends is the chances are they're going to continue down at least for a while before they have a break, and then usually a new low. So that's our break in a new low. We've popped back out again. So what are we going to do now? What might be the case is we adjust that, but I suppose you could adjust that and then say, call it maybe a spiking channel, who knows, but it's hard to say at the moment. Let's keep that there. So we know we've had a break and a new low. See what happens here. Might end up ranging here for a bit. Every second and short second going to work for a point on this run. Yeah, absolutely. Once it comes back to the EM8, even if it's a setup, even if it's not a setup and it gets closer, it's come down. Same again. Even if it wasn't a second entry on downtrends, you could be a little bit more comfortable about taking trades like that. Obviously that one's a bit early because we're not really in another downtrend yet, are we? So it's a bit early to take there. Yes, it does, mate. It certainly does. Okay. Excuse me. Break new low. Break new low. Short-term trend channel. Break new high. Are we coming down a bit, or are we going to range a bit? Or are we going to break, top off here, and then come back into this range? We don't know yet, do we? Let's have a look. A strange old day, isn't it? That seemed to be a trend, and then we seemed to break, and then down it went. Okay, touch. Body. This could be a little bit of sideways. See what happens. 10k looks like it will retest the lows at some point. Oh, 10,000 tick chart. I got you. Got you. Okay, short-term trend channel break. We're going to make a new high. I'm not a fan of counter trend trading. I hear Max saying it all the time. Is there really? That one big green bar is that then, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 2,000, 10,000. So there's that one big bar. So what are we going to do? Are we going to push up again? Or are we going to just come back down? It's hard to say, isn't it? It's actually ticked right off yesterday's lows. Bounced off the bottom of yesterday's lows. 2 ticks. tempting to take a long here. The only issue is, and I keep coming across this, it's a first entry. And I've got stung so many times, although I'm pretty sure it's likely to make a new high. I've just got to stop taking them. I've just got to take it seriously. I just can't take first entries. Because if I take a first entry, knowing that I probably shouldn't, and it fails, that just gives you a head mess I don't need at the moment. What I prefer to do is have 2 pushes down before I think, I think it's going to go higher. Ordinarily, rules say it will. But it's just a bit unpredictable at the moment. It's going a bit sideways, so it may not. Yeah, that's the thing. It could go up or down. You just don't know. May come down, may tick above this. That might be one leg. It might come down to it. It's hard to say at the moment. So it's just I'm trying to focus on good setups, not something that should work or is likely going to work. I want the ones that I've got the belief and confidence in. The type that I missed there. Yeah, see, you never know, dear. I doubt now that's going to make a new high. On this run, it may come back a bit and go up again, but it's a little unpredictable. But it did bounce off. It went up there, stopped and bounced off, and then came down quite strongly. Right down to the bottom. And I'm thinking bearish at the moment, so even though this may look like a bit of a range, I don't want to be going long there. Long is what I don't want to be doing. Because we've had sort of, this may not even really be a significant breakout. It's very easy to adjust that chart without making a huge move. I mean, if you adjusted it slightly like that, in fact, if you adjusted it there, it actually fits better at the bottom. So that's not necessarily a convincing move. Break, I would say this is probably the one. Because that still fits there nice, slightly bit further away, but the bottoms fit much better. So I would say that wasn't a convincing break. With a slight adjustment, it fits better actually, and that would for me be the break. So we may go leg down. Who knows? Or new high from here. It's just, I don't know what's going on at the moment. Risky to go long, in my opinion, that is. We haven't made a new low from this yet. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, I don't know what's going on at the moment. I don't know whether we're going to continue down or whether we're going to go sideways and come down or whether we're going to break out, go up. I'm not sure what's going on at the moment. Trouble is, it's saying one leg up, two legs up. Could have one leg down, two legs down, so it might just creep above here and then have another leg down for a new low. It's just hard to say. It's just unpredictable. Risky places to trade. Nothing's really clear. Oh, we might get a blank date today. You never know. I don't mind. I've not got a problem with it. Sometimes it is what it is. The only decent trade I think that I've seen is that one, and unfortunately went without me. But it does happen from time to time. I don't miss many trades because I usually use market orders. I just used a limit order there because I thought it may move quick. Because we haven't had a lot today, and that was quite an obviously good setup. So I thought there may be quite a few traders jumping in there, and if there's a lot of short orders in there, when it ticks below there, it may go quickly. We're likely in consolidation pattern for the lows. Yeah, certainly looks like it. Slowly, slowly. Salvatore. I really need to stop micromanaging my trades. I miss out on so much. Yeah, it's quite common nowadays. I see Wilson doing a lot of that. I saw him yesterday. There was 3 points in it, and it would have got his 3 points, but it had a little tiny retracement. As soon as it started coming down again, he jumped straight in it. And it's just probably maybe a bit of nerves or something. I think the more you do it, the more confidence you get. I still do it sometimes. I took a long the other day. It was quite close to the tops. I took the trade because I was convinced we were going to go high, and we did in the end. But I came out for a point. I don't often do that, but sometimes I think we all lose confidence. You know, is it right? Is it risky? I think we all do that sometimes. So, possible failure here. It's just a bit risky, I think. Could have one leg down, two legs down. It's hard to say. Let's get an order in ready and see where it closes.
Order submitted.
But we haven't hit a new low yet, see? After this break. One leg. Push down. Try to go high once, try to go twice. Failed. Come down. I think it may come down from here. I don't like the way it's sat there. It's a bit too risky for me. Although it's likely going to... No, I think it's okay. I think it's likely going to be a second leg. Let me see if I can get a bit higher on this.
Order filled.
I think that's okay because one leg, two legs. It started to look like we were in the middle of a trend channel. That's why I took that. Let's bring that down to there, I think. This to me looks like it's the start of a short-term trend channel. We've had a break. Try to go once, try to go twice, failed. I'd say this is okay for me. I'd like to think we're going to hit a new low, so let's see what happens. It is in the middle of the range, but it's not the most obvious of ranges. And we've had this trend. We've had a break. Try to go once, try to go twice, failed. It is a bit above the EMA, but it's finished on its lows. And MAC does take a lot of those. So, in fact, I'm just going to put that. No, let's leave it there. See what happens. MAC does take a lot. It looked like we've had this one leg. It looked like the start of a short-term trend channel for me, which is why I got in it, because you got 3 red bars coming down there. So you follow me. Second entry long triggered there. If we come below here, I'll feel a bit more comfortable because it is starting to go a little bit. What's it there? Once we get below here, I'll feel a bit more confident then. Come on, baby, come on. One more tick. There we go. Now I feel a bit better now. Okay, so it was a failure and it was a second entry short. Yes, it's a bit above the EMA, but I often see MAC doing that. And then after this break, try to go once, try to. I am thinking back down to test to make a new low. So for me, it's okay. For me, it's okay. It might sometimes, you know, within the best intentions, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. But for me, I think it's okay, especially if we've had this break. Usually when we have a break, we make a new low. So we've broke, we've come back down, we haven't made a new low. Second entry short. I think it's okay. I expect to get down here and break these lows. One leg down, 2 legs down. The measured move looks right for me now. So I expect to get down to, funnily enough, where I put that. Are you going to hold on to 3968? Probably not. See what happens anyway. See what happens. Nine, 10, 11, 12. It's not a massive risk, is it? I don't like that, I've got to say. I do not like that. Down you go. Come on, down you go. Two and 3/4 point risk. That's not that bad, actually. I don't mind that. I prefer that to come down, though. I don't like that. For me, it looked like 2 legs down there, so I don't know. Maybe we'll get shafted here. It is what it is. I don't think this trade was terrible. Yeah, it's above the EMA, but I often see MAC doing that. We've had a break. We haven't had a new low. I'm expecting a new low again. As it's a small risk, I'm going to be cheeky and just put it 2 ticks above there, the previous swing high. Sometimes it's saved my ass a couple of times before. See what happens. Okay, that ticked that out. So that would have taken me out. So this extra tick, see if it saves me bacon. Looks like it's going to try and take me out.
Stop okay. Filled.
I take it there was some others there. Well, for me at the moment, see, 1 leg up, 2 legs up. I'm thinking, I'm expecting to take a new low, so it is what it is. Let's have a look. What's going on here? $325 loss. That's not terrible. Damn. Yeah. Well, I'm seeing this, and we've had a break. I'm expecting a new low. Try to go once, try to go twice. It is what it is. Let's see if that's a measured leg. Okay, that is a measured leg. So I don't think it was a terrible trade. It's not ideal because it is a little bit sideways, but I was still expecting a new low, and it looked like it was about to work its way down there. Yeah, but it just stumbled here. Yeah, someone else mentioned that failure in the middle of the side was okay. Perhaps I should take that into consideration next time. Okay, that measured moves played out. And it was a second entry short as well. Short-term trend channel break, new high. What am I expecting here? Who knows? I'm certainly not thinking about picking a top here. We've only got one previous. Yeah, not only was it a second entry short, it looked like it was the start of another short-term trend channel. So, because we hadn't made a new low after this break, and it was so bearish, usually we'd have made a new low after that. Yeah, we hadn't made a break, have we? There was a break. We hadn't made a new low. We're about 3 or 4 ticks shy of it. See, I'm seeing, not counting that, counting the range, we're down at the bottom of the range, second entry short or a failure. I'm thinking low C. I'm thinking this, which is why I went short there. I didn't count that as a break. It's not convincing enough for me. Because it fits nice at the bottoms as well. Okay. It is what it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's just hard to say. You could include that. It just wasn't convincing enough for me. That's a convincing break, but obviously, yeah, it is what it is. Still not convinced we're going to make a new low. That measured move played out. Yeah, it's hard to say, mate. So you could bring that down and say that's a break, but it's not massively convincing to me. And if you look at the bottoms, when you just incorporate that, it still works there. It still works there, but the bottoms finish really nice, which I tended to think that was probably more like it. It's not a convincing enough break for me. Under the circumstances, it might have been a better option to assume that may be it, but I don't know, I just saw this and then come down, and I thought it tried to go higher once, twice. Sometimes when it tries to go higher and fails twice, bearish bar, it's saying, yeah, a little bit above the EMA, but I see Mac taking them all the time. And then there was a second entry long there, which triggered and then broke below here. So I thought once it broke below here, we'd be coming down. And then obviously that one jumped straight in. And the rest, as they say, is history. Possibly the main thing is entry above the EMA with the company. Yeah, I see Mac taking so many of those. I know someone asked a question about taking shorts above the EMA, and he said if the context's right, it's okay to do it. So I don't know. I don't know. 10k as a second entry short, just the EMA just triggered. Yeah, I'm not convinced we're not going to make a new low here. Sometimes we'll have a couple of pushes up and then come down, but do I really want to go short here? Not at the moment. It's risky. We are going sideways. You could say that was a break out of it. See if we can get a failure. Trouble is, the EMA's putting up at the moment. Although we've had a couple of legs, I just think it's risky at the moment doing anything. Yeah, the signal bar was above the EMA, but I often hear Mac taking shorts there, as long as the contact's right, but it is what it is. I've done anyway. See, this could be a second entry long. Is this looking bullish to you now? Did someone... Oh, it's hard to say. Is it looking bullish or is it looking bearish? Excuse me. See if this finishes long and see if it starts to move up. Or see if it triggers and come down. If this triggers and then comes down, I'll be inclined to take the failure because I still think we're going to make a new low. See if this finishes bullish. It made more than 4 ticks, didn't it? I think it got to, let's have a look. It's about here, wasn't it? It got to 2 points, actually. So, well, probably 0.75 because I touched it there. So it certainly scalped anyway. I'm still expecting to make a new low. I'd have preferred to take a failure. I'm kind of hope this finishes slight bullish. And if it does finish bullish and triggers, I'll be inclined to put an order below there. Because if we are ranging, you could say this is a bit of a breakout. So see if this breaks above here. Okay, let's see if it comes down.
Order submitted. Order cancelled.
%, that's all right. Is it a bit early to do that? It's hard to say. I mean, if you adjust this back there, you could say, okay, we've made a new low. Trouble is, there wasn't an order there anyway. There wasn't a setup there anyway, but let's just see if this, let's run with this for the time being. It's been a strange old day today, I will say that. Perhaps we are pushing back up. It took 4 points where there just wasn't a setup on my chart. It was just a doji. trouble is, let me take that away a minute. It's still ranging, in my opinion. Let me just take this up a minute. Let's put it there. Okay. Touch there, finish on the body, touch. At the moment, we're going sideways for me, so I'm just not sure about. It does seem to have an upward bias, but at the moment, triple test of the 3895. Yeah, it is, but the trouble is it's pushing up slightly, so it's risky. It is a second entry short. It is a second entry short. There's no setup in it. I wouldn't be shocked if it came down to it and then pushed up and stopped you anyway. It's just too risky for me, that at the moment. Oh, excuse me. Could go anywhere. Trouble is when you get a lot of eyes in a row like that, sometimes it can blast through it and pop back down quick, so it's unpredictable. I still expect to make a new low at the moment. It's hard to say. And usually when we have this strong push down, if we don't make a new low, often we'll go sideways and then make a new low, but that's what I expect. But it's hard to say, really. Hard to say. Trades like that are risky. Especially with EMA facing upwards at the moment. I just can't bring myself to take them at the moment. Even if it fell bullish, which it doesn't look like it's going to. It's not convincing long for me, that's the problem. Yeah, I know we don't always need a new low, but it's just not convincingly going up. A lot of times if you don't make a new low, it will correct. It will go sideways before it goes down lower or makes a... it's hard to say, isn't it? So you could call that a failure. Yeah, a lot of times if it makes a break but it doesn't make a low, it will correct before it does go down a bit lower. Which is why I can't bring myself to go long at the moment or short. I think if there was enough buyers in there, they'd push that up. See if we get above this. See, but let's push it. Now, if there's genuinely lots of longs in here when it goes above there, it'll keep going. And if there isn't, it'll pop out and come back in. It's hard to say. Not only that, there'll be quite a few longs in there. May flush down and take out some of them longs. I'm just wondering if there's going to be some longs in there. Picking that off the EMA. It just triggered. Interesting to see if that comes down below here. What effect that has. Might give it another half an hour actually. See what happens. 3.5 hours, 4 hours is maximum, I think. So we'll give it another half an hour. See if we can get back in the green. That one, mate. Second entry short. I'm thinking after this break we're making a new low. So we had one leg down. I thought we were having another leg down. Although it was a bit above the EMA, I often see Mac take them, so I took that short, went for about 2 points. Unfortunately, not enough for me, so it is what it is. Okay, that's broken, but that one more tick. Okay, that's broken there. Thought I might have a little bit of a push up, but it hasn't really. Let's see, that for me, I thought if it breaks above there may be some buyers interested, but there just doesn't seem to be. Now, whether that'll change in a few minutes when they come back from lunch, hard to say. I've had so many lose second entry in such a big move. Yeah, I just thought that was we'd had a break. Try to go once, try to go twice. I just thought it tried twice. It's going to fail, come down, make a new low, but yeah, well, I'm alright with it. It happens. I've just given up worrying about it now. It doesn't make a damn bit of difference. And I think that's the best attitude to take. I feel fine. I don't feel stressed or anything. I'm quite alright with it. I've just realised the only thing I can do is just carry on, just keep going. Rejection there. Now, is that going to come down now and make me my new low? Which I still think we're going to get. This isn't confident buying to me. This is, I'm not ready to chuck money in yet. Sometimes when it does this, it tries to get in. What it'll do, it'll suck in loads of buyers and then flush down and just take them all out. I'd say there's going to be some buyers there. There's probably going to be some buyers there. There may be some buyers there which have taken that failure. So I'd say there's a line of buyers here. So often it'll do this. It'll suck them all in. Then it'll just flush them all out. So whether it'll do it or not, I don't know. I'll say, but it's just not confident buying to me. Now maybe this may trap a few shorts, so this might give them a bit of momentum. We'll see. So what I usually do, usually around about the 3.5 hours, 4 hours max sometimes. So we'll give it up to 4 hours, which is about another 25 minutes. Okay, I think it's safe to say we're going up at the moment. Okay. Oh, will it continue higher? Who knows? Oh, rejection. Not a fan of going long now. That came down quicker than it went up. I still think we're going to get a new low, but I might be wrong. There'll be a lot of shorts in here. I'm tempted to get a short ready. I think there's going to be a lot of upset now. There's going to be some longs in there. Let's have a look. I think it's going to flush down like flipping crazy now. I do. Am I willing to take a risk? See what happens. Let's take a risk. Let's see if okay. I put it there for a minute. I thought just in case it decides to smash straight through it. That's a lower high. Am I going to take that? See what happens. Just trying to think where the longs are going to be. There'll be some there, some there. So I think once we, if it does come and it drops below places like that, then I think it'll go. Maybe some longs there. Get a break, push back up. See, another tick higher, that would seem bullish. I'm just going to drop that there because I think it...
Order filled.
If it can get down, I think it's going to smash through a lot of these. See what happens. If it drops below here, I think it'll take out a load of longs. And here maybe some as well. If you say this is ranging, it's pushed back in once, twice, respected that. I think if it gets below there, then I expect it to come down and make this new low. We'll see. We need to get below here. I still expect a new low, so we'll see. That's a failure now. Let's see if that makes a difference. Get below here. That lower high will trigger. And that failure will trigger. And if we can drop below there, there's going to be some longs in there. Possibly there. It stops there. It's hard to say at the moment. It could do anything really. But fingers crossed. I'd say there'll be quite a few longs in there. get below here, and then the next step is here. And once we get below here, then I think we may get a few points here. We'll see. We'll see. Down here next. That lower high is triggered. If we get below here, we may flush out some of these longs. But I'm saying, is this push down sideways, and I expect another push down. Once we can get below here, then we'll take out some longs. Surely then I expect a bit of a flush. Oh,
Stop filled.
well. Probably should have took it down here. I thought once it got down we were going to be okay. Yeah, well, it is what it is. It is what it is. Perhaps I should have gone out down here with a short bit. Oh well, it happens. Don't worry, it happens. I need to be a little. It's okay. I'm more or less at the 50,000, so I'm not really sort of it's not terrible. Let's have a look. So are we going up now or what? It's so hard to say, isn't it? still think a lot of this is going to get flushed, personally, but it's just not going up confident enough for me, really. Short-term trend channel. I don't even think it's safe to say there's any type of a larger trend there, is there? So that could be a break looking for a new high, you know what I mean? Nah, that's nothing really, is it? Yeah, I think that's it for today, guys. It's just unpredictable now, isn't it? I'm gutted I didn't take that. Oh well, no point worried about it. Take a break. Yeah. Yeah, it's just not making any sense at the moment, is it? Loads of choppy stuff. And I'm not blowing another account. I'm only $25 below the 50,000, so it is what it is. Yeah, take it easy, bud. Take it easy, Osam. Yeah, this could be what's it, couldn't it? Just not doing anything, really, is it? Going up or down convincingly. Yeah, cheers, what? Yeah, that's it, guys. I think there's no point in me carrying on. Choppy, best get away when it's like this, I think. I don't think it's worth carrying on at the moment. It's just unpredictable, isn't it? Doesn't make much sense. So, yeah, all right, guys. So, it's all right. I just thought maybe as well get a failure, but it's just a bit unpredictable, isn't it? I don't even think it's worth moving this up, is it? It's hard to say. Do we think we're going higher? It's hard to say. Oh. It's a possible failure there. No, it's congested there, isn't it? It's just too risky. Last thing I want to do is spend an evening after blowing an account. Rough day, yeah. That's not the worst day I've had by far. Yeah, it's unpredictable. That's it for me, guys. I'm just going to shut it down now, and that'll do. It's just too risky. At the moment, I'm only $30 down from the 50,000. So if I do something stupid, I'm likely to be a damn sight more. I still think it's coming down, but the trouble is, if you get too hung up on these things, it's just you can get yourself stuck. Do you know what I mean? That's had a break at a new high. I still think it's coming down, but That's a second entry short. See if you can get a lower high. I still, it's just not bullish enough for me. And I'd say there's still some longs in here. Well, that could be a long fairly to go high. It's tough, isn't it? It does seem bearish. Yeah, it's just not taking off enough for me. There's a failure there. Let's see if that triggers first. I don't even think there's any type of a channel there, is there? Nah, there's nothing there. This is a fairly, see if this triggers. This might trigger some longs. That may trigger some longs. That may trigger some longs. See what happens. See if this triggers. It's a failure. That's triggered. So this could be the range and just a failed breakout, but it's tested it so many times, isn't it? And it's got above it and it just hasn't. We had that push up and then strong failure. I'm just wondering, this is triggered if this comes down. I would be surprised if there's not some longs there on that failure. Let me just get an order ready, just in
Order
case.
submitted.
If this doesn't materialise, that's it today. I can honestly see just a big flush down. It's had plenty of opportunities to push up and it just hasn't. So many people are going to be looking for longs in here, aren't they? You'll have longs here, possibly here, tick below, longs here, second entry long, I don't know, longs off here. Sometimes these things can just absolutely tank.
Order submitted.
I've got 2 orders in there. Let's get rid of them. I'm just going to put that there. Oh.
Order cancelled.
I know it's a bit risky, but I can see a flush here. See what happens. If this doesn't trigger, I'll leave it. It's a failure, that, which is triggered. I don't think it's gone up much. You'd have got a point and a quarter out of that, maybe. Kind of hoping this triggers as well.
Order cancelled.
If this triggers and comes down, because so there'll be some longs in there, some longs in there. See what happens.
Order submitted. Just going to pop this here just in case that does flush down quick and take that out and that out. Because it's really struggling to get up. Because if you took either of those, you're going to be still in this trade quite lightly.
Order
It's
cancelled.
just doing nothing at the moment, is it? Let's have a look. No, it's just choppy as shit. Okay. I know a lot of times when it really struggles to get up and there's lots of longs in there, and all of a sudden it comes down and just takes them all out. There's going to be longs in there. There's going to be longs in there. There's going to be longs there.
Order submitted.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's low volume, less people interested in going long. So you would think when it's struggling so hard to get long, in a lot of cases it just gives up. Just the buyers give up and everything just tanks. So there's going to be longs in there, longs in there, longs in there triggered. If it does push up comfortably above here to here, then I'll sack it. See, it's broken above all this, but there's just lack of interest. There's lack of buyers. Second entry long there, it just doesn't move much. We push down, he's getting rejected. There is a second entry long there. If it does push up any more than about here, I'm losing interest.
Order cancelled.
Just don't know why there's a lack of buyers in there. Oh, that's going up a bit now. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's it for me today, guys. No point carrying on. Choppy as hell. I did say that I won't trade after me 2 losses, which I've lost 2. So that is it for today. So, all right, guys, take it easy, and I will catch up with you same time tomorrow.